No, it's not cheese. Is it? Oh, it is.
Thank you.
She said you could. I guess both of us did move our car, so Nancy said thank you.
What?
Both of us did move our car, so Nancy
So how are finals going?
in 8th grade. And then I thought of it like this one place to
Get it. Well, not anymore.
He goes.
Honestly, vacation is cool, like the first week. And like,
Exactly. When I run into kids, especially during
We
the
can
summer,
do it translating.
say, well, you're going your vacation. I want school to start because that's where your friends are and there's things to do, things going on.
yeah, and I like history too. So like, I like learning about history.
Saida, do you have any candy?
I was a math teacher when I
One
taught.
piece of candy?
Loved history.
That's because we're just too engaged and working it.
Yeah, I was walking with the kids, so I was running like so warm inside and stuff. Are you ready?
It is now 7 o'clock. Welcome staff and community. Tonight, December 10th, we have a full board meeting of the Rialto Unified School District. As a reminder, we will report out of closed session at the end of our meeting. To start with, we'll begin with the flag salute. And if we could have Miss Dina Walker lead us in the pledge, please come to the podium.
Ready, begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Walker, if you don't mind staying at the podium, we'd appreciate it. Also tonight, we have former Assemblywoman and former Rialto Unified School District Board Member Amina Carter. Would you please I can see you step forward already. Please do the honor in swearing in of Ms. Dina Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President and members of the board. It's an honor for me to swear in Ms. Dina Walker as a member of the Rialto Board of Education. I'm so excited to do this. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Dina Walker,
I, Dina Walker,
solemnly swear to support and defend
solemnly swear to support and defend
the Constitution of the United States of America
the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States of America
to the Constitution of the United States of America
and of the State of California,
and of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
about which I'm about to enter.
about which I am about to enter.
With this oath, Dina Walker, you are now officially seated as a member of the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education.
Dina? Did you want to say something? please.
Don't give me a mic. I'd just like to say, first of all, thank you to everyone who's here, whether you're here for the swearing-in ceremony or you're just here about Rialto's business. Thank you for your time and your energy. For those of you who did vote for me, thank you again. For those who didn't, I'm here though, and I'm still your voice for Rialto Unified School District. So please utilize me as you will, as your a conduit for change in Rialto and success in the district. Again, to the board members, thank you again for having me. I look forward to working in these next 4 years on being a very progressive board and to making some outstanding changes in this district, because we are a district of excellence and we know it by the residents and the people that reside here. I live here, so I am excellent. So I stand by that. And so again, thank you to the board, to the superintendent, to the staff who I've actually worked with over this last year on other outside projects. Again, I appreciate and the guidance that you've given me even to move into this seat today. And for anybody else, I've got one of the security officers. He sees me out in the public and he didn't recognize me because I changed my hair. And but every time he always finally recognizes me and is very polite and cordial and hospitable. We were sitting at Corky's one night and he saw me and he's like, "Hey, Miss Walker." And I'm like, this is a great thing, and this is a great example of what Rialto Unified is all about. And so again, thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to serving you all as your board member. And my family is saying, is that the family? And my familia. Right. So my family, I have my mother here, Miss Linda Coleman. So she is instilled in me civic engagement from a time I was a young person. I wouldn't be here without her and her guidance. Linda Coleman, my girlfriend, best friend, flew in from Oakland to come in here and be with me. My godfather, which is Daniel Moore, her father. This is my niece, Erin Walker, my daughter, Nzinga Jennings, my other daughter, oldest daughter, Sheba Jennings, nephew, Isaiah Walker, who actually sung a song for me at my kickoff. Yay! A change is gonna come. He sung that. Sam Cook. My beautiful niece, who actually has been one of the campaign staples in our campaign committee, Raquel, graduate of Eisenhower High School. Go Eagles! Let's see, where am I back? My brother, stand up. Hey, my brother, so wave your hand, Dr. Walker. Dr. Daniel Walker, who, again, part of the campaign and very close to me in all things. I've got a waving in the background. I got my people from my church and who's also helping on my campaign, charter school teacher back there, Gerald Taylor. I have not forgotten that. Who else? Specifically, my significant other here, Mr. Paul Scott, so I can't forget you because everything I did, crying and acting ridiculous and everything else, he was still stood by me through this. Thank you. There's some ladies around the room in red who are my sorority sisters. Big oop to you all. They're in the other room, but thank you. For my community members, WAG, Westside Action Group, who actually helped and cultivated me as a candidate. Thank you very much. Definitely would not have been out without the pushing, leading, and then really pushing with the foot into the candidacy and into the seat. All the community members. I'm looking at David. I'm looking at Russell, Russell Silva, who is one of my opponents at the time. But great people I've met on the campaign trail, gave us opportunity to have some forums and talk about the issues. Where's Lee? Where's the teachers? Where's my teachers association? Okay, I see some of the people. Where's the president? Okay, well, REA, hey. Thank you for the endorsement. Where's Frank Garza? Because he is the man. He was the first person to post a posting about the endorsement for Edgar Montez and myself. And I was like, whoever that man is, he is the man. And when I saw him, I told him he will always be the man. So thank you, Rialto Teachers Association, all the other associations that did endorse me for the candidacy. And again, if I have forgotten anybody, please, I'm going back to church now. Charge it to my head and not to my heart. I've just forgotten. But again, thank you, and I look forward to serving you as your board member. Thank you.
Dina? On behalf of the community and the board, we have a seat up here for you. Here, let's get this in. Next up, we have a special presentation, but I'm going to go to the podium on this one. It's been said, noted, that the end of formal education is the beginning of public service. And tonight, it brings us great honor to present someone in the audience right now who has served the Rialto Unified School District in the capacity school board member, clerk, vice president, president, maybe 3 times. I could be mistaken, but at least 3. Let's give it up to the one and only Joanne T. Gilbert. We'll keep it short, but we'll say this. There's an old saying, too, that says it's okay to disagree. And by disagreeing, you find ways to rectify a situation and make it better. Joanne, through the 6 years that I have worked with her, and I can say other board members would agree, has respectfully found ways to share her passions in closed session without offending us. And that is an art. That's not a science. So we have a tradition here in Rialto. When you honor us, we honor you. And this is a beautiful gavel of boardsmanship that will be presented on behalf of the board, Rialto Unified School District, to our one and only Joanne Gilbert. Would you like to say something?
Good evening again. For those who were not here earlier, I want to thank the Rialto Unified School District for giving me a wonderful reception this evening, this afternoon. I had so many people there that it was just unbelievable, and it did my heart good just to look out in the audience and see so many people, and I think I knew everyone who was there, so that made me feel really good. For the Rialto Unified School District, these 13 years that I served on the board were served with love. I started my career as a teacher, so when I got on the board, I just continued what I had been doing for 37 years. So I stand here tonight with a total of 42 years that I have working and serving children. But my service isn't over, and I've told everyone that I will continue to help this district because I love this city, I love the students. Dina, you have a wonderful staff here. You've already mentioned how loving they are, and I can agree that this is a wonderful staff, wonderful community, wonderful parents. So I just want to thank all of you for having confidence in me and putting me in the office of board member for 13 years. So with this gavel, I will take it and say, hasta la vista. But just one more thing. I forgot to mention this earlier, but I want my friend Wilhelmina Carter to come up here because she was my inspiration. When I met her, she was working with Congressman George Brown. That was a long time ago, but she was also on the Rialto School Board. And when I decided that after she retired that I would seek office, she supported me and gave me direction. So we're passing it on to Dina. And I just want to thank you, Wilma, for all of your support and friendship over these long years. So,
and thank you for your service.
Okay.
And Dina, you have us both. You were watching.
And it was remarkable that I was able to help name Wilhelmina Carter High School
when it was time. So we will have a long legacy together, and I just thank you, Wilmer. Okay, so now you have 2 retired school board members in your community. So hold us both accountable. Thank you. And call us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Lots of excitement tonight. Before we go any farther, and once I open this door, it's difficult, but we do have to recognize some of the dignitaries we have here tonight. We have, on my right, over here, we have Joe Olagi, president of LULAC. To his right, we have Congresswoman Norma Torres, elect. I did see Abigail Medina, board member, Colton.
San Bernardino City.
San Bernardino City, correction. Okay, so you get the idea. There's a lot of people here, but we got the ball rolling. Oh, there's Joe right there. Sorry, Joe. City Councilman Joe Baca, Jr. and teacher at Rialto High School. Okay, we're gonna move along here. We have a lot of excitement tonight, and this is Joanne's box for her. Okay, tonight we have the reorganization of the I just want to make sure everybody's awake and paying attention.
We got to get everybody legal first.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yes.
I'd like to ask my wife, my boys, and my mom and dad to come up, please.
First of all, I want to say it's a great honor and privilege for me to be here with all of you this evening, and being among, 2 women, very strong women that have helped grow this school district. The last time I was here was a little bit difficult times, but I think that this district is moving in the right direction, and I'm very, very proud to be here, and I'm very proud to represent all of you. So having said that, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you state your name?
Edgar Montes.
Solemnly swear
I solemnly swear
to support and defend
to support and defend
the Constitution of the United States of America
the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
that you will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States of America
to the Constitution of the United States of America
and of the State of California,
and of the State of California,
that you take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which you are about to enter.
which I am about to re-enter.
Congratulations. With this oath, you are now seated officially as a member of the Rialto Unified School District.
At this time, I'd like to call up all the family members for one picture, please. All the family members. Wait. Yeah. Now all the friends. All the friends. Where's Mr. Yeah, all the parents, please. One picture. Where's Leroy? Mr. Martinez. Where's my teacher, Mr. Martinez? He's here. Where's my teacher, Mr. Joe Olagi? One picture. One picture.
All right, I need everybody to get closer. 1, 2, look over here. 3. And at the count of 3, everybody say winner. 1, 2, 3. Winner!
Thank you. Wow, I'm on fire. Literally, I'm on fire. I just want to first and foremost thank my wife here, Lina Montes. Could you please stand? My wife, Lina Montes, everybody. And the reason why I thank her first because if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here today. And my family, of course, and I also would like to thank from the bottom of my heart, Congresswoman-elect Senator Norma Torres. Thank you very much again. Means a lot to me. Thank you for taking time from your busy schedule, and we look forward to your swearing ceremony. It's going to be in D.C. Yes. We won't be able to catch that one, but maybe we can see it on TV. I want to thank everyone here today. It means a lot to me. This is a very special moment for me and my family. And I want to thank the community who believes in the work that I've been doing and has given me the opportunity to serve another term. And I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank our former board president, Joanne Gilbert. We're gonna miss you. You know, we've all had very difficult times. But it's made us stronger. You've made us stronger, and we're going to continue to carry that torch for you and for everybody else who's previously served here on the board. I want to thank all of the staff members here at the district. I want to thank all the teachers union representatives, the teachers union members. I want to thank the classified union membership. All of you guys, thank you so much. The community, thank you. The parents, los padres, gracias por todo. I'm still the same person, maybe just 4 years older and, and maybe a little bit, maybe like 30 pounds heavier. But in essence, I'm still the same person that I've always been. I'm going to continue to be myself. Like Dina said earlier, we're here for you. Feel free to reach out to us at any time. literally, I got some emails that I need to respond back to, but don't hold your breath. As soon as the holidays are over, I'm getting ready to, get back to everybody and visit some school sites and really, really help, with the help of the board, turn this district around. It already is turned around, but we've got a lot of work to do. And with Mr. Islam and the cabinet and everybody else working really hard, better days are ahead really soon. So thank you very much again. Muchas gracias por todo. Thank you, parents, my family. Gracias, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, as you can see, it's all about family, friends, and our kids. And this is a great example. Mr. Montes exemplifies of the gregarious nature that he has for people. That's something that should be commended. Welcome back, Mr. Montes.
Thank you.
Well, this is another exciting moment. This is the time of the evening, time of the year, when a lot of school boards make what they call, they conduct the reorganization of their board. And tonight we'll be passing the gavel to a new president. And with that said, can I get a motion for our new president?
I nominate Edgar Montes.
We have a motion for President Edgar Montes. Do we have a second? Okay, then I will be most graciously ready to nominate and look at our new president, Edgar Montes, with confidence that I know he'll do a good job. So I will second that motion because I know he will keep this district intact. He will bring fairness to all. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart and the confidence. So before we vote, I want to open up to discussion. Would anybody like to make a comment?
I would just like to say that Edgar is extremely deserving. He is a champion for this community. They know they can rely on him. He has done outstanding service in terms of coming to events and attending every board meeting and things like that. His heart is in the right place. And I also want us to look into, quite honestly, I've been in this district many, many years, and back in the day, this position used to be rotated among the board members. I don't know if that is a board policy, because if it is, then we're violating it right now. But we'll just go forward, and we'll hopefully investigate that a little bit, because if it's just supposed to be rotated, we shouldn't be having to vote every year on how to reorganize the board. But I'm very proud of Edgar. I've seen him grow a lot as a school board member, and he serves this community, and he serves it well, and I think he will make an outstanding president.
Anybody else?
I just want to say, for those of you who know, I'm brand new. So I'm looking for the leadership of everyone on the board to have direction around the leadership. You all know, you're familiar with each other. You had the luxury of serving these last several years together. So following your direction, whoever is going to be the president, and that will be Mr. Montes, I am a part of this board, and I'm looking forward to supporting the board in its future.
Thank you.
Well said.
Mr. Montes, we have not always seen eye to eye, but I will support you as president. But I will also, for the community, hold you accountable, because we need to move forward for our students, not just looking at what this board has looked at in the past financially, but not letting that go, move forward with the vision of bettering our student achievement. I got many calls with concerns don't let Mr. Montez become president. So those are valid concerns, but at this point it's a moot point. In private, I will ask you certain things. I will throw my support behind you. I will offer you anything you ask for, and as you know, even when you don't ask, because I want the best for the district. So congratulations.
Thank you.
As you can see, you know, we have people that we represent because we have our constituents out there, and everybody votes, not everybody, but we have people who support us. And they ask of things for us to do to help them with their children or the problems that they find. And when you look at the world and you study it, it is complicated. It isn't always, you know, that easy to move forward. But I've worked with this board, and I'm confident that this board is ready to move forward. And if we don't have any discussion, any more discussion, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Abstain.
Same. 4-1. It's time to move positions. I'm going to pass this gavel tonight very proudly to our new president, Edgar Montes. I'm here to help.
Don't leave right away, because I got a few words.
Saida, you going to take care of this?
I already did, sir.
You do have a vapor trail behind you.
I would just like to add that on the flip side of what Mr. Martinez said, I had several calls and people saying to me that Edgar would be a great president and they hope he gets it this time. So.
Before we continue, I just would like to, first of all, thank the board for your boardmanship and your leadership. And all I can say is that I'm going to try my best. So thank you for believing in me, and thank you for your support. Also, I just would like to say that there's nothing to fear. For those who might have called Mr. Martinez, I got a lot of calls from people with saying nothing but good things about tonight's meeting, and hoping that regardless of who becomes president, that we continue moving forward. I want to say to the community and to the district, I didn't become president. We became president. And what I mean by we, I mean, I'm not going to take this position or this title and make it my personal ownership. No, this seat, this position, this title belongs to the community. So if there's anything I can do from this day on for the next school year as board president, feel free to contact me. I'm going to be planning to be here at the district 2 or 3 times a month. For a certain time, we have a boardroom, and I'll be available. One of the goals that I have to be available to the community more often, and have an open door policy. And I'll be announcing that at the next board meeting, what days I'll be here at the district and what time slots I'll be available. If anybody would like to come in, you don't have to make an appointment. Just come in. I'll be there working on stuff. You can come in and see me. So thank you, board, and thank you, community. Thank you, Mr. Ayala. Next we have the election of Vice President of the Board of Education. And at this time, I'd like to open it up for nominations for Vice President.
I'd like to elect Mrs. Kelly for the position of Vice President.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to elect Mrs. Nancy O'Kelly for Board Vice President. Do I have a second? I will second that motion, Mr. Ayala.
Okay.
So with a first and a second, I'd like to open it up for discussion. Do we have any discussion?
During these meetings over the past year, sometimes we hear things that are disturbing and questions that are kind of shocking. And without getting into details, usually it's because somebody's doing their homework. And when you ask questions, you're risking offending somebody. That's not easy to do. We don't want to offend anybody. And I have to say that our vice president here has done a good job in doing her homework. And you ask yourself, what is worse? Just a rubber stamp and saying everything's fine when sometimes it isn't? Or doing your homework and questioning? We're not here to offend anybody. We're here to be responsible. And that's why I give her my unconditional support.
Thank you, Mr. Ayala.
I just would like to say that Nancy, when you got elected 2 years ago, you really hit the ground running. And I've come to know you better as a person, as a former employee here of this district, and of course as a board member. And I want to say that I believe it's time for you to get ready for the presidency. The president's seat next time around, if the board agrees, and no better way to do that than to assume the position of vice president. So at this time, I'd like to, if we have no more discussion at this time, I'd like to call for the question, the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Next up, we have the election. Congratulations, Nancy, and let me give you a minute. Sorry.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that being the vice president means that Ed and Jasmine can't park in board parking places anymore. I'm teasing.
Next up, we have election of the clerk of the Board of Education. And at this time, I'd like to open it up. Do we have any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Dina Walker.
I second that.
Well, with the first and a second, do we have discussion?
Do I get to discuss?
No.
Hearing no discussion, I'd like to go ahead and call for the question, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, Mrs. Walker, our new clerk of the board. Would you like to say something?
Well,
this newly found position I have. Just thank you for your confidence to put me on the executive portion of the board. And again, I'm willing and ready to serve as a cohesive unit for the district. And thank you again for your nomination.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, up next, we have the election of a voting representative to the county committee. And at this time, I'd like to open that up for nominations. Do we have a motion?
Joanne, and my term is still going on, right? Yeah, I'm the current voting representative, and then who is the current alternate, though? I don't remember.
It's possible.
Maybe. So how about Mr. Martinez can be the voting representative?
Absolutely.
So is that is that a motion to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I make a motion for Mr. Martinez to be the voting representative.
Okay, and do we have a second?
I second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next up, we have the election of an alternate for voting representative to the county committee.
I nominate Mr. Ayala.
Okay, we have a first. Do we have a second? I'll second that. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, just making sure. All right, and that concludes our reorganization of the board. Congratulations to all of you.
And to you too, Mr. Montez.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. So now is the official, well, not the official, but now we're going to start our regular board meeting, the regular board meeting process. So for those of you who plan to celebrate tonight, maybe later, a little later tonight, Miss Walker might have some friends and family she's going to get with afterwards. I might have some friends and family I'm going to get with afterwards. So we like to make this as fast and as smooth as possible. You don't have to stick around, but if you do, I'm just giving you the heads up. We're going to start with the adoption of the agenda. And before we adopt the agenda, do we have any polls?
Don't we do that with each section as we're going to vote on it?
Correct. You adopt the agenda first and then go section by section.
Okay, but we
After adoption, you go.
we could
to-
also pull before we start.
Before,
Yeah. We could also
Better
pull.
to wait for each section because you'll forget.
You can do either
Make
way.
it confusing
Okay.
for record keeping.
Okay. Well, if we have any items to pull off the agenda to not discuss, I'd rather pull them now.
Okay. I don't have any either way.
Mr. Montez, we have items the board expressed some concern. Item number I, 1, 2, and 3. And I'm moving on item on the discussion actions, item number 8 and 9.
K8 and K9?
Yes. I understand the board have some concerns that need further clarification to bring these items back at the following board meeting. Or
Well, we're not going to discuss them now. I don't. Why don't we just what we have been doing is adopting the agenda and then saying we're going to go to vote on the consent calendar and then take the polls for the consent calendar and discuss those, and then we go on to discussion action. So I think we're all a little confused right now.
I think what Mr. Islam just expressed was he'd like to pull the agenda, on the items off the agenda and bring these items back at the next meeting.
Okay.
Does anybody have a problem with that?
Just
No.
one question in reference to item number under, is it H3, I3? Is that in reference to the Measure Y bonds? Is that the schedule?
I3 is is to approve a pool of consultant firms.
Okay. Okay, no discussion on that item then.
No, we'll be bringing these items back at the next board meeting. It'd be good, Ms. Walker, for Mr. Islam to schedule an appointment with you and with any of the other board members to catch up on current standing regarding Measure Y and future projects. And I know there's some concerns regarding previous projects. We might want to get those answers and concerns taken care of before we proceed. Okay, so we will be pulling item I1, 2, 3 off the agenda, and item K, 8, and 9.
So it's coming back next meeting.
So, and we're looking at pulling K9.
Yeah, we'll be bringing these items back at the following board
So
meeting.
you have time to get your questions answered.
Okay. Just one discussion question I have. If we're pulling 9 now in reference to the sale of the bonds, I know there was a schedule attached to the information that was sent out regarding that. Is that going to have us, that's pushing us back again? That's pushing the schedule back again. I know there was a delineated schedule that was sent with the bond regarding that.
Right.
How much further is that going to impede us and change the prices of the bond at that time? Because our next board meeting is not until January 7th, the first board meeting again, and I don't know how much, with the district going dark, how much time we're going to have to even discussion. What does that look like and the impact of the bond, the schedule on the bond at that point, and the price?
I have our financial advisors here. Ann, are you in the room?
I can get it.
Could you please, I want her.
While we're waiting for Ann, we really should not be discussing anything until the agenda has been approved.
Right, and I apologize. Thanks for that, Mr. Martinez. Yeah, this is a question that would be better suited to be discussed and answered if the item is approved, or if the item's on the agenda. There's a request to pull these items to bring them back at the following board meeting, and the thing is that if there's concerns from any of the board members or people in the community regarding Measure Y, and if there's any concerns or questions regarding previous Measure Y projects, we want to make sure all of those questions and concerns are taken care of and ironed out. As the gatekeepers of this district, board members, we need to make sure we're doing what's in the best interest of the taxpayers. And the last thing we want to do is approve things to move forward without first ironing out all of the questions and concerns that we have regarding previous Measure Y projects and regarding moving forward. We shouldn't move forward until we first make sure there's no questions and concerns regarding previous projects.
I think the issue is that we need to adopt the agenda before we discuss
Right,
anything.
right. So I'll make a motion that we pull these items and bring them back at the next board meeting. I think it'd be best for us to bring these back, get all of our questions and concerns answered, and then we'll bring them back at the January meeting. It's my understanding that we can act on these items at the next board meeting, and it should be no different than doing it now.
I'd be happy to entertain a second on that, but I think Ms. O'Kelly made a good point, and so did Mr. Martinez. Perhaps maybe we ought to adopt the agenda and then get back to the motion and the second. And that way, we at least have the agenda moving forward with these pulls that we discussed.
Move that we adopt the agenda.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to take these items off the agenda.
Yes.
And bring them back at the next board meeting.
And yeah, that's the main motion.
Yeah, that's the main motion, and so.
The problem is that the superintendent or secretary of the board made that. Is that correct? It was not seconded?
Well, he can't make the motion, but I made the motion.
And I seconded.
Okay.
And he seconded the motion.
Okay,
So,
We have two motions.
okay.
So,
Then are
first
we
motion.
to vote on that then?
if nobody else.
Vote on the
if
first
nobody else-
motion, because it wasn't made by a board member, was it?
I made it. I made it.
Yes.
Okay.
And then Mr. Ayala seconded it. So with the first and a second, if nobody else,
Technically, he can't make a motion.
I made it. I just
Okay.
made it.
And
I-
Mr.
And I
Ayala
seconded it.
Yeah.
And so we have discussion on the polls, and then we vote.
I call for the question then, so we can vote.
Okay?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so with that, we will adopt the agenda with those items previously stated removed from the agenda. And next up, we have presentations.
We have a motion and a second, and we need to
To
call for the
adopt the
vote.
agenda.
Yeah, for the agenda, and we need to call for the vote.
We,
For the agenda, for adopting the agenda.
okay.
I move that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Okay, and we had a second.
Yes, second.
We had a second, and then we call for the vote.
Okay, I appreciate the help, by the way. Thank you guys very much.
That's all right.
All right.
It's not
So-
easy, my friend.
So, with that, do we have all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, one of the board members wanted to discuss item 9.
Yes.
So being on the side that won the vote, since we all voted the same, I move that if I can get a second from Ms. Walker, if she wishes to discuss it, I move that we bring item K9 back at the appropriate time, if she wishes to discuss it. Other than that, we'll just leave it alone.
Okay, well, the items have already been pulled off the agenda, and the motion now is to adopt the agenda with the items already removed. So is there a second to Mrs. Walker's motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
I will second that, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, first and second.
Okay,
Bring
first and
back
second,
K9.
all in favor?
Aye.
So we'll bring back K9.
Okay. So the agenda has been approved with items I, 1, 2, 3, and K, 8, and 9 removed from tonight's agenda. The rest of the agenda will move forward. I'd like to make a motion that we bring public comment in front of presentations, because I understand there's some people that are here from far away that would like to address the meeting. And if it's okay with the board,
I second that motion.
we get public comment out of the way.
Well, I'm looking, and it is middle school DSAC night, and it's already 8 o'clock.
Okay.
I think that would make it.
That's a good reminder.
Night.
Never mind.
Thank you.
I'll resend the motion. We'll go ahead and start with presentations. Good reminder, Nancy. Thank you. At this time, we have, state your name, please.
Tino Luis.
We have Tino Luis from Cove Middle School to help us with the DSAC presentations. So you're familiar with this process. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Montes. I would like to welcome Annalisa Vanzuela from Rialto Middle School.
Good evening, Honorable Board of Education, Superintendent Mr. Islam, and our viewing audience. My name is Annalisa Valenzuela, and I am proud to represent Rialto Middle School as ASB President. It is a pleasure to be here tonight to share the recent events of our school. We started the month welcoming Mr. Raymond Delgado as our new assistant principal. He always seems happy. I guess that just makes him a good match for our campus. On November 8th, the Kolb and Rialto Middle School Robotics hosted the first LEGO League qualifier tournament on our site. 12 teams, including Rialto Middle, Kolb, and JHU, competed to gain a spot in last week's Tournament of Champions at Legoland. Our National Junior Honor Society and leadership students controlled logistics of the day, while our 22 volunteer judges and referees that included board member Mr. Joseph Martinez, Associate Superintendent Mr. Thomas Halderson, and well as many community members who helped score the team's efforts. Thank you for coming. We received great reviews by the other teams on our event and planned on making this an annual qualifier for this international challenge in the hopes of fielding teams from all of our 5 middle schools. We will be seeking your support for STEM in next year's event, so be ready. And thanks to Ms. Joffrey and Mr. Carlos for helping put the robotics competition in the Sun newspaper and the Rialto Record with great articles. On November 15th, the Rialto High School ASB hosted a middle school ASB conference. We joined other middle schools where we were mentored and exposed to high school ASB program. We came away with many ideas and ready to make our program stronger. I hope the high schoolers had as a good time as we did. The Rialto Record also gave us a front page story with our 6th grade math classes, working on a performance task that challenged students to solve the problem of feeding a big family on Thanksgiving Day. Students collected over 1,000 canned food items to donate to the East Rialto Kiwanis food drive and used that collection to first create 3 mock supermarkets for students to shop. They had to determine serving sizes, number of each item to purchase, cost of these purchases, and stay within budget. A special thanks to Diane Kuyamana and Nutrition Services for the delicious ending to this project by cooking and serving our 6th graders a delicious turkey dinner. I sure wish I was a 6th grader that day. It looked really good. During our Thanksgiving break, our ASB was invited to take part of Chief Lurie's district's active shooter drill and video production. It was interesting, exciting, informative, and scary. Happy to have been asked and glad to have participated. We will continue tomorrow night with our Ice Ice Baby Dance, where being cool is just part of the ambience. That and Ugly Sweater Day go hand in hand, I hear. Our sporting news is that our football team finished 2nd with their only defeat in 3 years. We are still very proud of them. Our basketball teams are organizing now for a return in January to start the games. Our students have enjoyed assemblies from Kaiser Permanente's Someone Like Me, the Finding Kind movie, Mad Gear BMX bike show, and an incentive trip to Knott's Berry Farm, where board president Mr. Montes got to hang out with 250 middle schoolers. Thanks for coming. We had a great time. With finals this week and 3 weeks off, you can color the school year half over. I see 2015 being even greater for the Tigers. Have a safe and enjoyable break with your family and friends. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. See you next year.
Thank you, Annalisa. Can Alonzo Ramirez please come up?
Good evening, Honorable Board of Education, Interim Superintendent Mr. Islam, and viewing audience. My name is Alonzo Ramirez, and before I begin, I would like to welcome our new board member, Ms. Dina Walker, and welcome back our returning member, Mr. Montes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 'Twas the days before vacation when all through the district everyone was gearing up for a long 3-week vacation. All through the school's good behavior was gone. They were acting like goons. They were screaming and yelling, clowning and frowning.
And that was just the teachers.
They were crazy as loons. The kids were so anxious for school to be done, turned their backs to the classrooms, dropped pencils and runs. They were tired of learning, their heads full of fog, and feeding their homework to the proverbial dog.
The children were scrambling to bring up those grades. Teachers were praying, let me finish inputting these grades. And JQ's ASB was putting some ideas to bed. Time to close out the semester, no more ideas springing from our heads. With dances to plan and pep rallies too, there was still a lot of work we had to do. Can drives and crazy hair days will close out our year. We will not shed a tear when days pass and disappear. Championships have been won. Parents joining us for lunch has occurred. They even brought us some really good food we preferred. Staff versus student football game. On Thursday we will watch and pray that this year the students will be the ones giving a winning cheer. Now Frisbee, now Cusera, now Rialto Middle School and Cope. It's time to go. The school day is old. From our school to yours, we wish you the best. Now off we go. We all need the rest.
Happy holidays, everyone, and have a safe new year.
Thank you, Alonzo. Will Isaiah Holly come to the stand?
Good evening, viewers, honorable board members, and the interim superintendent, Mr. Islam, and welcome new board member, Ms. Dina Walker, and welcome back, Mr. Montes. My name is Isaiah Holly, and I am the ASB president of Cusera Middle School. Just last Saturday, ASB hosted a trip to Disneyland. About 300 students attended, and many people, including staff and faculty, would say that the trip was very fun and enjoyable. As you may know, Cusera hosts a monthly breakfast in means of celebrating students who have displayed certain character traits. Tomorrow, we will have a breakfast to commend those who have portrayed December's character trait, which is cooperation. This month, we are also having a penny drive. It is formally called the Penny Wars. Each class is competing to raise money for the children at the Loma Linda Hospital. Just recently, the Explorers program was announced to our school as a training that could help your child become a Rialto PD officer. As a reminder, students must be between the ages of 14 and 18 to apply. On December 4th, 2014, our band performed a concert at our school. They started with a spaghetti fundraiser and began the winter concert at 7 p.m. And just 2 days ago, our string orchestra performed once again at Heritage Gardens Nursing Home, which is located in Loma Linda. They played a variety of holiday music before spending time and listening to the residents tell stories. On December 13th, Cusera will take selected students to the Latino College Fair. Around 40 students will be able to attend. Last but not least, just recently, PTA hosted a popcorn pickup fundraiser. It ended on December 9th, and we are still waiting for the fundraiser's results. Thank you for your time, and I wish everyone a happy holiday.
Thank you, Isaiah. I guess on that note, it's my turn. Good evening, Honorable Board of Education, Interim Superintendent Mr. Islam, and viewing audience. I'm the Vice President of Cole Middle School's ASB, and I am the proud captain of Cole Middle School's one and only JROTC. I am here to tell you all the great things that are happening at Cole. The very first thing that Cougars did to kick off December is the snowball dance, which was December 4th, where the Cougars were dancing and chilling out. Also, Mad Scientist Day is coming faster than the speed of light, so come join Cole on this magnificent dress-up day and getting mad with science. The very big event on the Cougars calendar this month is to perform in our very own City of Rialto's Christmas Parade, which is December 13th. We're going to have our bands, JROTC, cheer, and more. So come on out and get your Jingle House rock on. Oh, and our lady volleyball team came in second place in the volleyball sports season tournament. Also, our Mesa team has won an award at our last Mesa tournament. Let's win another one. Go Cougars. We also sent our students to Knott's Berry Farm so we can see how fun is grown locally. It was awesome. We showed the West the spirit of the Cougars. Finally, we shared a Western fundraiser with our school homies, Trapp Elementary School at Farmer Boys. It went boomtastic. We raised a lot of money for our school, ate a lot of awesome food, and had fun while doing it. Oh, and one more thing. I want to give a big hand to all the Cougars who were at the first quarter awards ceremony last Tuesday, December 2nd. We had a lot of honor roll and principal's honor roll students. Good job, Cougars, doing one more thing, one more time. Also, I want to give Miss Gilbert a final farewell. off the board, and I want to welcome Miss Dina Walker to the board and being a clerk. Welcome back, Mr. Montes, and congratulations on being president. Well, once again, I thank you, Honorable Board of Education and Intern Superintendent Mr. Islam, and viewing audience. This is Tino signing off. Good night, Rialto.
Good night.
Thank you, Tino. Why don't we give Tino a good round of applause for doing an excellent job tonight. Tino was filling in for our student board member, Marisol. She had a previous school engagement, so she cannot be here tonight. So we gotta respect and honor her right and her dedication to her school and her district, having to attend another school engagement. Thank you, Tino, for filling in, doing an awesome job.
Thank you, Mr. Montes.
I understand there's going to be final exams tomorrow. So in case you do have to leave, Tino, you're welcome to be excused. If you would like to stick around, you're more than welcome to stick around. So with that,
he already told me he doesn't have any finals.
Okay.
I'm only an 8th grader.
My bad. I got a note. There are some students here tonight that are going to be presenting, and they do have exams tomorrow. So I'd like to go ahead, before we move on, I'd like to make a motion that we move item B5 up next, and that's the Remembrance and Beyond, a special presentation for the RUSD Board of Education. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So next, we'll go ahead and hand it off to Ms. Dr. D'Souza. And do we need to get out of the way here? All righty.
Oh, for once I can see without moving.
Oh, I'll just back up here. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, newly elected President Edgar Montes, Interim Superintendent Mohammed Z. Islam, and our viewing audience. My name is Dr. Ed D'Souza, and I am the Associate Superintendent of Secondary Instruction. I am proud that I have this opportunity to assist with this presentation today. I'm an employee of Rialto Unified School District for over 30 years and also live in the city of Rialto and take great pride in this district, its teachers, students, and our community. Rialto is fortunate to have many talented teachers and educators who love this district and work hard each day to give their very best to the students of Rialto. We apologize profusely for the errors that were committed, but we stand steadfast in our resolve to educate our students with accurate information about historic events, in this case, the Holocaust. Tonight, you will hear the voices of various students and teachers. Okay. One of the first things that Rialto USD did was to ensure that all 8th grade students were well educated about the atrocities committed during the Holocaust, and was to arrange to have students and their teachers during May of this year participate in an educational field trip to the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles. This was a result of the collaborative work between Interim Superintendent Mohammed Z. Islam and Rabbi Abraham Cooper, Associate Dean of the Simon Wiesenthal Center and the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles. The Museum of Tolerance is dedicated to challenging visitors to understand the Holocaust in both historic and contemporary context and confront all forms of prejudice and discrimination in our world today. Today, you will hear from the students representing each of the district's 5 middle schools who will address each of the 5 goals of the Museum of Tolerance and what it means to them. Also part of our plan was to ensure that these 8th graders, who are now in 9th grade, received accurate information about the Holocaust. This resulted in the decision made this summer that all 9th graders would study Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel's work entitled Night. It's important for our students to learn that they have the moral responsibility to fight hatred, racism, and genocide, which still exists in different forms in today's society. Today, you will hear from students from each of our comprehensive high schools as they talk what they've learned studying Night. The unit of study would have not been complete without the work of many notable people who have assisted. Dr. Jeffrey Dembski, Holocaust scholar from Valley College, our local community college, who gave so much of his time to present to our teachers, administrators, and the Rialto community. Teachers Heather Bartlett, Carolyn Collins, Cecile Escher-Govin, Flora Fitzhugh, and Lance Riley worked with Dr. Dembski to design this unit and take it back to their schools. I would also be remiss if I did not thank our Cultural Diversity Committee, which worked tirelessly with us to design our plan of action. Our thanks go to Rabbi Hillel Cohn from the Congregation Emmanuel in Redlands, who donated the Holocaust Chronicles, Matt Friedman, Regional Director from the Anti-Defamation League, who provided the Los Angeles Education Holocaust Institute that was attended by teachers and administrators, and Liz Layson, widow of Leon Layson, a Holocaust survivor, who donated 2,100 of his work, The Boy on the Wooden Box. I also want to thank my wonderful team who helped put together the video part of this presentation together, the Executive Director, Jen Harper, Specialist Juanita Chan, Communications Technician, Ricardo Carlos, and Communications Director Said Jaffrey. And finally, thank you to our Board of Education and Interim Superintendent who gave all the support to accomplish this project. And now we finally get to hear the voices of our students. Each student representing one of our middle schools attended last year the Museum of Tolerance, and they will be speaking on each goal. So right now I'll give the podium to them.
I'm Miranda Garkova. I currently attend Carter High School, and I'm here representing Cole Middle School. Being brave is not easy sometimes, but it is necessary. During the Holocaust, many people did not have enough courage to speak up for the people around them. Sometimes we are afraid of what other people will think, as well as being afraid for ourselves and the consequences of our actions. When I visited the Museum of Tolerance, I learned that racism, discrimination, and evil are still going on in the world. We have a responsibility whenever we see injustice. We must be brave and we must speak up.
Hello, I'm Ian Morales. I currently attend at Eisenhower High School, and I'm also representing for Cole Middle School. This exhibit at the Museum of Tolerance reminds us that everyone has prejudice. Those prejudices become a negative when it leads to discriminatory actions based on a difference. It was the Nazis' prejudice that led to discrimination against Jews, which eventually led to the Holocaust, where over 6 million Jews were murdered. When I walked throughout the Museum of Tolerance, I felt overwhelmed with sadness because of the painful reminders of how the Jewish people were dehumanized. I learned that as a society and as individuals, we must be mindful of our prejudice so that they don't lead to discriminatory behaviors.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Misty Villagran, and I previously went to Casera Middle School and am currently going to Carter High School. Remembering the past. There were multiple horrific pasts of the prisoners and Jews that experienced the Holocaust. My most memorable moment throughout the Museum of Tolerance was the walk-through that allowed the students to observe the past of a courageous young girl named Anne Frank. As I walked through the details of the young girl's life, I felt a strong pain in my heart and stomach. How could people be treated so dreadfully, and how could the world be so absent in a time they were most needed? I asked myself. No sympathy was shed towards the hated Jews, and to this day I am upset with our ancestors to not stand or speak out for the innocent. It is truly important that we remember the Holocaust because it gives a voice to those who suffered and reminds us why we do not tolerate discrimination towards any specific race or belief. Thank you.
My name is Gabriela Vargas. I am currently going to Eisenhower High School, and I am representing Frisbee Middle School.
Freedom is not a gift from heaven. One must fight for it every day. Simon Wiesenthal said those exact words after he survived the Holocaust. He had an experience of fighting through racism and death. Nothing isn't an easy task to accomplish. It reminds us not to let anyone or anything get in our way in order to succeed. It compares to Elie Wiesel's encounter with having to fight every day. And that is why I swore never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings suffering and humiliation, we must take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressed, never the oppressed. Silence encouraging the torment, never the tormented. Sometimes we must interfere. When human lives are in danger, when dignity is in jeopardy, nations' borders and suffering become irrelevant. Whenever men and women are persecuted because of their race, religion, or political views, that place, at that moment, become the center of the universe.
Hello, my name is Anjali Holmes, and I am currently attending Rialto High, and I'm representing Rialto Middle. Hate is a great burden to bear. At the Museum of Tolerance, I learned that many Jews faced oppression, discrimination, and harsh treatment during the Holocaust because of their race. Adolf Hitler and his followers assumed that the Jews were the cause of all of Germany's problems. However, they were wrong. Similarly, Elie Wiesel and his father endured excessive work, starvation, and brutal regimen. Tonight, as we remember the people who suffered and died unjustly due to prejudice, I challenge you to join me and let us be an example of preventing hatred and genocide from emerging. Let's commit to setting past our physical appearances and realize that judging another simply based on their color is wrong. Besides, we are all amazing people.
Hello everyone, my name is Gordon Hill and I'm currently enrolled at Rialto High School, but for right now I'm representing Jehu Middle School. For tonight, I will be sharing my thoughts on the idea of striving to live peacefully together. When I attended the Museum of Tolerance, I knew for a fact that this was going to be one of the topics they really wanted to teach us. They really wanted it to sink into our brains because they wanted us to know that we should show everyone equality, no matter the ethnicity. And with this, we'd be able to prevent actions such as those that happened during the Holocaust, to prevent those from ever happening again. Now moving on to the story Night. The idea of striving to live peacefully does apply to the story because towards the end of the story, as the prisoners were being liberated, the thought of revenge never crossed their mind. Instead, they went straight for the food. Thank you.
And now you'll hear from the three students from representing each of our comprehensive high schools who read the work Night by Elie Wiesel.
My name is Jennifer Mojica, and I am currently attending Eisenhower High School. Never shall I forget that night, the first night in camp. Writing this quote 10 years after experience and remembers being powerless, remembers everything being stolen from him, remembers everything so clearly. Living a normal life, but in seconds, everything changed. Getting stuck in a cattle car with friends, family, and strangers, and not being able to move for 3 days straight. Being separated from his mother and his baby sister and not having the chance for a last goodbye. Being face to face with death, and there's absolutely nothing he could do about it. Witnessing little babies and getting thrown into fire pits as if they were trash. I don't know how it would be possible to not remember. This is why Elie Wiesel can't forget his first night in camp. This is why we can't forget. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarai Garcia and I am currently going to Rialto High School. And the quote I will be presenting would be, "In the depths of my heart, I felt a great void." Eli had said this after his experience in the concentration camps. The God he believed in was doing nothing. Everything he believed in was gone: his faith, his religion, and his hope. Eli didn't want God to be silent. He was tired of him being silent. He wanted God to do something about what was happening during the Holocaust. Eli did not deny the fact that God existed, but he did deny the things that God does. Many times in the story, Eli always rebels against God, but yet he finds himself praying. The emptiness Eli has in his heart is deep, and throughout the story, the void gets deeper and deeper to the point where he doesn't know what to believe in anymore. Thank you.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Misty Villagran, and I am a freshman attending Carter High School. As you guys are all aware that we, the students, were to read a memorable novel about the Holocaust. During our reading of the story Night by Elie Wiesel, I was given a quote and was asked to give an explanation as to why the main character, Elie, would use such precise words to recreate his excruciating experience in the concentration camps of Auschwitz and Buchenwald. My quotation, which was, "I did not weep, and it pained me that I could not weep, but I had no more tears," explains the insufferable emotions that were no longer able to be generously given out by Wiesel. Eli was condemned into a world where emotions were no longer an option for him or any other prisoner residing in that dreadful camp, therefore not being able to express emotions toward anyone, not even himself. He had witnessed multiple experiences that were far more unbearable than any of the unfortunate events that had happened to him, forcing him to become a man much sooner than he or any young teenager would expect. Eli entered the camps at the side of his father, and when his father died, he could not bear the sympathy that Eli dearly wanted to express. The fact that Eli was in a shocked and selfish state of mind could no longer allow him to grieve over his losses. Thank you.
And now a short video from the field from some of our students and teachers as to what they read.
This novel is not unlike anything they've ever had before. It's really about the human experience.
The Jewish people should have had more of a better life than being treated wrong by other humans.
To me, the phrase "never forget" means that no one should ever forget about the things that happened during the Holocaust. We shall never forget about the people that lost their lives. While people were being burned alive, tortured, and starved, the world kept silent.
As we started to read the novel, I began to tell them, look, this is prejudice. And when they saw the example from a real-life account from the novel, they came to the realization, wow, actually human beings, went through this. This young boy who's my age went through this.
To me, the whole idea of the Holocaust, it was based off of dehumanization because that was the main part that they used.
Genocide can happen because we just let it happen. We have the power as a human race to decide our fate.
And I said, look, this is dehumanization. And they came to this realization, like, it's a real thing.
And that's one of the things that when we're teaching that we have to try and do for our students is to create those personal connections with something that happened decades before they were born.
We should cherish that we're here and we're in school and they had to be like that, just get whipped and all of that.
And to be able to get them to understand the magnitude of what had happened, because before and since there has not been any other historical event that has affected the world so deeply as the Holocaust.
We gave them our students the context of the Holocaust, and in talking to them about the Jewish survival after the Holocaust, the perseverance and the the way that families were destroyed during the Holocaust, but they were rebuilt afterward, that the enemy did not succeed, and that the Jewish people came through, they persevered, and they started life again.
If you're like there watching someone get abused emotionally, physically, mentally, and you don't do anything about it, you're just as guilty as the person doing it to the person.
Just watching, like, say, the Holocaust, if you were an SS officer or just like from another part in the country just watching, and you did nothing to stop it, which most people didn't, it led to so many people dying and just everything that happened, and nothing was ever fixed until finally someone did do something about it.
That we are remembering the Holocaust, not because we only need to honor those people who suffered and died during that time, but also because we need to become advocates for what may happen in the future. We need to talk about not becoming bystanders, but being able to be courageous, to speak up, to question authority.
The power of persuasion can be very strong, especially when it's pointed to a particular amount of people.
And like even today, like in high school, how I see sometimes I'll see someone getting bullied or something, and a lot of people are just like watching, they're just bystanders, and majority of people don't do anything about it. And that just leads to things getting worse, like nothing gets fixed, like problems just keep escalating even further and further.
If you think about it, it doesn't matter who or what happens to you. It could happen to you, it could happen to anybody in your family. And to that would be a learning experience, so it doesn't happen.
And also, you should never forget, so it can never happen again to another type of different religious group, or just any type of group of race, religion, or what they just, or even their political standards.
It is definitely a very, very personalized experience, a very human story. It's kind of like we were walking hand in hand with Ellie.
It takes love, compassion, and tolerance. And if I can do that and our kids can learn that, then this experience was all worth it, and our kids are going to be better for it. And it's something that we should do in the way we teach throughout our district, throughout our community, and throughout our country.
And so today you have heard from Rialto's finest, our students and teachers, on what they have learned. We pledge to never forget, because what happened in the past can easily happen in the future. It is up to us to stand up for what is right and also do what is right, because actions speak louder than words. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Mr. D'Souza, would you bring in students?
Some of them are teachers. You can shake the board's hand. Go ahead and shake the board's hand and go down. They do have finals, so some left right after.
And Mr. D'Souza, I'd just like to say that was beautifully done.
Thank you.
I had tears in my eyes. And I don't want my mascara.
Okay, let's give them one more round of applause. It's an awesome job. Now, before we proceed, do we have any other student-related?
No.
Oh.
Well, we have item number 4.
Okay, then let's take care of that first. I make a motion that we take care of item number 4 next, so that we can get the students home.
So moved.
And
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And who do we have helping us with the Red Ribbon Week decoration? Mr. Martinez, take it away.
Good evening, one and all. When our students' minds are alert and focused and their bodies are healthy, the possibilities for student success are even greater. The Rialto Unified School District has a rich tradition of holding its annual Red Ribbon Week school-wide decoration contest during the National Red Ribbon Week commemoration, which is generally held in the month of October. This year, in the spirit of promoting a drug-free lifestyle, students, school staff, and hundreds of dedicated parent volunteers set out to demonstrate their pledge of a drug-free lifestyle by decorating their campuses with bright red ribbons and the positive messages promoting healthy living. Sponsored by the Rialto Unified School District's Safety and Security, Communications Services, and Risk Management Departments, on October 29th, 10 judges comprised of Rialto police and fire leaders, the mayor pro tem, civic club leaders, a columnist from the Sun newspaper, and the editor of the Rialto Record rode in vans observing RUSD student or schools for the district school-wide decoration contest. Red Ribbon Week commemoration began after the kidnapping and death of Drug Enforcement Agent Enrique Kiki Camarena in 1985. Agent Camarena's efforts led to a tip that resulted in the discovery of a multi-million-dollar narcotics manufacturing operation in Chihuahua, Mexico. After the DEA agent's untimely death, school students began donning red ribbons in his honor. The red ribbon became a symbol for prevention in order to reduce the demand of illegal drugs. In 1986, a nationwide anti-drug program was initiated. The following year, parent-teacher organizations in California started wearing red ribbons in late October. And in 1988, the first National Red Ribbon Week was organized by the National Family Partnership, NFP, after a push by former First Lady Nancy Reagan. Tonight, we honor the top RUSD schools, which place the highest in the areas of creativity, visibility, and drug-free messaging during the Red Ribbon Week. When I call your school's name, please have the students, principal, staff, and of course the parent volunteers come up to pick up their trophies and also your check for the school. Again, the school name, please have the students, principals, staff, and of course the parent volunteers come up to retrieve your trophies. We'll start with honorable mentions. Frisbee Middle School, Henry and Simpson Elementary School trophies. Frisbee, please come up.
They're coming.
So you'll get ready. The next schools are Casey and Garcia.
It's certificates.
Yes. Okay. Well, it says Frisbee. You didn't find out. Okay. Okay. For Simpson.
Can we get a picture?
And Frisbee.
Real quick picture. One, two, and three.
Okay, third place winners, they tie Casey and Garcia Elementary Schools, $500 each, and trophies. And please get ready, Dunn Elementary.
That's great.
Why not? Sure, why not? Why not?
Yeah, we got Garcia behind us, so let's get this picture real quick.
Where's your trophy?
And is anybody holding the trophy?
You gotta hold your trophy.
Yeah. Perfect.
I guess I have a job.
You got the trophy?
Yeah, what I have to do.
All right, guys, at the count of I get to be the mean person. We have a live televised board meeting, so at the count of three, please give me a big smile. 1, 2, and 3. One more time, so nobody blinks. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. And the next one is.
Okay, second place winner.
Wait, Giselle Garcia. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead, Giselle. Sorry,
And then Garcia Elementary School as well. 500 each and trophies.
Hands towards the front. Perfect. Wonderful. Put it down just a little so I can see your face. Thank you. Where's the trophy? There you go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and then one more time. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Okay, second place winner, Dunn Elementary School, a $750 check and a trophy. And if we can have in this order, Hugh Banks line up and Werner line up, they are next.
We're going to come and help you spend that money.
Hugh Banks first. Okay. We are waiting for Dunn right now. Dunn is second place. Third place winners tied, Casey and Garcia. Second place winner, Dunn Elementary School.
Okay, let's get closer. And 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
And the next is Hugh Banks.
Share that check. Yeah, good job. Good job. We having the party.
Come on, Eubanks. Everybody from Eubanks. Let's move this back just a little. Dr. Short, let's go.
Derek.
Come on out, come on out.
Wow, what a group.
I know. Come on out, come on out.
I think he's like, wow. He recruited parents in the hallway.
Okay, my younger small ones in the front. Come on up here. You guys get closer to the check. You get closer to the honey. There you go. And then, okay. I need the parents to get a little bit closer this way. And all the parents from Eubanks, our first place. Okay. I can't see some of my board members, so.
Nancy, you need to be in the
Kelly,
front.
we can't see you.
Don't see your hat.
Okay, guys, give me a count. 1, 2, 3. And one more time, everybody's moving. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Okay. As Hugh Banks exits, please bring in Werner.
Warner Elementary. What do we have? Okay.
I'm glad I got those kids out of here.
Great job.
I knew they would be That's true.
Hi, Sylvia.
Okay, we do have Werner, first place winners, along with Hugh Banks, $1,000 and a trophy.
Give me a smile over here. These guys want this for Twitter and Facebook world, so I'll do that first. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, is that my official one here?
He would like to sit You must be Grace.
Okay. President Montez, I turn it back to you. That's getting close for you.
Let's give all the winners another round of applause, please. Okay. Now I would like to make a motion that we do public comment before moving forward, if unless somebody would not like to do public comment.
We still have key to the district.
We have two presentations, but if we can, I think public comment would be in order.
important to get public comment first?
Okay, all right. Then we'll go ahead and proceed and get our presentations. And I apologize. I know people have been waiting. We're just going to have to be patient. I know people have been waiting for different things here tonight. We'll go ahead and continue with item number 2, and that will be our board member Nancy G. O'Kelly will be giving her key to the district to none other than Mr. Bill Ralph, Director of Maintenance and Operations.
Some of us are vertically challenged. Okay, the core of classroom instruction is often that special relationship that is developed between a teacher and a student. And this is widely known and recognized, but we should also never forget the dedication of the countless support staff employees in any rank who work tirelessly and efficiently behind the scenes to make sure that the electrical, plumbing, air conditioning, grounds, and the overall physical appearance of our schools are all maintained in tip-top condition for our students and staff. Data indicates that a clean and safe learning environment is a key factor in student achievement. For this reason, my key to the district for 2014 will be presented to a man who quietly takes care of all of the district's maintenance and operations needs without fanfare or without expecting any accolades. He just does his job. He does it superbly and doesn't expect any recognition. And that is exactly why he is so worthy of it. Mr. Bill Ralph, the RUSD Director of Maintenance and Operations, can you please come up and accept my key to the district? I don't know what this mic is. Each year, the Board of Education has the distinct pleasure of honoring one RUSD educational community leader with the key, which is the highest honor to receive in the Rialto Unified School District. Mr. Ralph entered my mind because in his 20 years of service to our district, he has diligently worked up the ladder of success, earned his stripes, and may not be visually in the forefront, but is an incredible asset to our district. He is a strong, supportive, and caring leader who is loved by all. As a support staff leader of approximately 180 employees, Mr. Ralph has demonstrated that no matter what task is in front of him, he will do what is necessary to get the job done. He goes above and beyond to provide outstanding service to our staff and students. I can vouch for this personally. When I was principal of Eisenhower High School, Mr. Ralph and those in his department took excellent care of us. Whenever I needed anything, I just had to call him, and it would be taken care of as quickly as possible. Mr. Ralph has an outstanding reputation in this district for working hard and doing the job right. He takes pride in his work and doing what is best for our students and staff. Born in the city of Santa Monica, Mr. Ralph graduated from Thousand Oaks High School in 1976. He holds a certificate for school building and facilities planning and has been a licensed building contractor since 1983. Married for 35 years to Joe Ralph, who is a third grade teacher at Garcia Elementary School, the couple resides in Yucaipa. Is Joe here? Well, why don't you come on up? Stand by your man. They raised two grown sons, Andy and Jamie, who both live in Brooklyn, New York. Their sons work as professional art handlers and professional musicians. I, too, have a son who's a professional musician, so. I got one of them married, but I got to tell him to get on the ball so we can become grandparents, laughed Bill. Hopefully that will happen soon. Right. Mr. Ralph first began working at Rialto Unified School District in 1995 as a carpenter and then a cabinet maker. He became a maintenance supervisor in 2000 and a maintenance planner in 2004. In 2012, Mr. Ralph was promoted to the Director of Maintenance and Operations, supervising all of the district's custodians, ground workers, foremen, plumbers, locksmiths, and electricians. You want to read what you said? Okay. I love my job, and I do love Rialto, smiled Mr. Ralph. To be quite honest, I wouldn't want to work anywhere else. Rialto is home, and I understand that completely. Some of the multitude of responsibilities that fall under Mr. Ralph's area include the Williams settlement inspections, general maintenance of all RUSD facilities, issues involving inclement weather, power restorations at various sites, and the overall appearance of all our USD facilities. We have our challenges, he replied, but I work with very supportive and caring employees from all walks, so there is just so much teamwork involved. We just have to make sure that we all share the same philosophy, that we're here first and foremost for the kids. When Bill and Joe aren't dedicating their time to the district, the couple enjoys traveling and RVing. When he was told that he was receiving a key to the district, Mr. Ralph was very surprised. I had to hear it twice, he smiled. I mean, for an award like this, you just want to be sure they got the right person. See, he's so humble. And I mean, what he's done in this district is extraordinary, and that's why I thought of you. But honestly, I'm so honored to receive it, and I'll accept it on behalf of many hardworking maintenance and operations staff members. Thank you so much. This is very humbling. Thank you, Bill Ralph, for all you have done for the Rialto School District. You are a treasured employee. And I now present you with the 2014 Key to the District. Let me read what it says. It says, presented to Bill Ralph for excellence in district leadership and commitment to students and staff by board member Nancy O'Kelly on December the 10th.
Thank you, Nancy.
You're welcome. Oh, don't take a picture of me with my spectacles on. Congratulations. Go around and shake everybody's hand. You want the thing to put it in?
Yeah, I'd like that. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, Nancy. I want to thank the board for all your support. You guys have been so supportive, and Mr. Islam has been so supportive to me. And let me get closer to the mic. I'm really blessed. God has really blessed me in this job. I feel very fortunate to be able to serve the students of Rialto and just be a servant. My staff is outstanding. They're the ones who actually do the work. I do the logistics. They do the work. But they're fantastic. And my wife, Jo, she's just been a great support to me over all the years and kept me on the straight and narrow. So I just wanted to thank you all, and thank you for this great honor. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. O'Kelly. Next up, we have a key to the district from board member, Mr. Ayala.
Thank you, President Montes. Having 10 grandchildren and gone through the educational system here in California, every day, Rialto Unified School District, along with 10,999 other districts, have to find ways to comply with state mandates. Not easy. It's not easy. The students who have trouble meeting those standards, much can be said. I can personally tell you from my grandkids, we've had some experiences where it has hurt us deeply, and we're educators. But when our kids don't succeed, sometimes, you can't tell. They look happy, they look like they're getting along just fine. You ask them how it's going, and yet, because we all get busy sometimes, they escape. They fall through the cracks. And sometimes they come back with not enough time to complete their assignments. And then what happens? And then the parents look to blame somebody. And then the kids feel like they're being left behind. The system is not for them. It is a tragic story that we have heard many, many times. It's painful. It's painful. And they say it takes a hitchhiker to pick up a hitchhiker. Well, when you've been down that road before, okay, you understand how important it is to find allies. So at this time, I'm going to introduce you to an ally. Mrs. Rios, I know you're out there. There you are. Please come on up. This is a teacher, a young teacher, who, if your children have had the opportunity to have had her as a teacher, it's like luck of the draw, okay? And it's a blessing. It's the best way I could describe that. Because this is one of those teachers that has the energy to be strict, to be tough, to ask the questions that are needed to help that child make it through those difficult times. She's up here because of parents coming up here with letters stating that she makes a good role model and she also deserves it. I told her, I said, you're still a human being. It's okay to make mistakes, okay? We all do. And, if you need support down the road, you let us know. We'll do what we can to assist you and help you. Because when you're in that classroom and you've got 30, 36 kids, it's so easy to make a mistake. Just think about what it's like when you taking your kids to the store and you're telling them to just be quiet. And, you're going through the aisles and they want a cookie. And they can't give them a cookie. Then you give them the box and they open it up. Okay, we've been there. Okay, so I'm going to read a little bit here. We're going to get through this together. Every child should have a caring adults in their lives. This was by a statesman, Joe Manchin. And that's not always a biological parent or a family member. It may be a friend or a neighbor. Oftentimes, it's a teacher. With that said, let me add that each year, for the past 4 years, each Rialto Unified School District Board of Education member has had the distinct honor of presenting a key to the district, which is the highest honor given to one deserving member of our educational community. Tonight, my key for 2014 is going to Mrs. Marisol Rios. A 9th through 12th grade special day class teacher at Carter High School. I've already invited her up. Now, to be honest, in the past, I have made my own decisions. But this time, I wanted to make sure that I didn't omit anybody, and so I asked for assistance. And what kind of assistance would you like, Mr. Ayala? I said, well, I want to know what the parents are thinking. I want to know who's helping those parents with their children. So that was my request, and so the answer came through with letters. So I reached out and I openly asked for input and additional information from our parents, who oftentimes are more aware of the greatness of our staff members than we are. Highly recommended by many staff and parents, Mrs. Rios is my solid choice for the 2014 key. Mrs. Rios was born in the city of Burbank. She graduated from La Puente High School, then went on to receive her bachelor's degree in psychology from Cal Poly Pomona. She also earned her master's degree from Claremont University. Nice. Mrs. Rios began working at the Rialto Unified School District, Carter High School in 2008 as a SDC teacher. Would you like to read that? Or? Okay. It was my first job, she said. I have loved being there ever since, she smiled. Mrs. Rios is known as a strong, loving, and fair teacher who has taught, is trained in the areas of special education, special day classes, mild to moderate, teaching mathematics and English. One of Mrs. Rios' biggest fans is parent Rosa Fuentes. Rosa, where are you? Oh, there's Rosa right there. Rosa is also a former board member, in case some of you don't know. And so she's had experience on the dais, and so she highly respected in this community, and she has a big heart. And so when she gave me a letter, I was thoroughly excited about it. And although she said she can go on and on about the greatness of Mrs. Rios, she will sum it up with a story. And the story is about her own son. My son, Alexis Navarro, attended special needs classes, and he found that he had to move from school to school. And in doing so, it became more and more difficult for him to make friends and to attach to the teachers. So he was affected by these changes. And then when he started attending Carter High School and met with Mrs. Rios showed understanding and saw her son's potential to excel on all his classes. He maintained an A and B average on his classes. I am very impressed by her professionalism and how she advocated so that my son could be placed on mainstream classes. On that day that we had an IEP meeting, I was able to see the light and the future of my son. That's huge. That is huge, because someone else was able to see my son's potential, replied Mrs. Fuentes. The IEP team made recommendations based on the suggestions of Mrs. Rios. And because of these initial recommendations, my son was able to attend regular classes and leave special needs classes. Mrs. Rios maintained very good communication with the teachers. She offered techniques on how to work with my son. She went out of her way because she worked with my son even after he was no longer in her case as a carrier. My son was lucky to have had many good teachers that helped him to get on the honor roll. And for 3 years, he owes that honor to his teachers that helped accomplish his goals. Mrs. Rios is one of those gifted teachers that deserves to be recognized for that hard work, and we'll clap again. For all that extra effort and all that great communication, for believing that each student has potential, for mentoring staff, for giving outside the box, and for not giving up, and for caring. My son was educated with a presumption of competence, thanks to Mrs. Rios' intervention. Teaching is a noble career. I'm so happy that she was my son's teacher. Thank you for writing this letter. Mrs. Rios said that although she is touched by the parents' support, she almost missed her calling in life. I was actually set out to become a therapist, Mrs. Rios said, but when I began working part-time with autistic students and began to understand and help these wonderful children with social skills, I knew working with the students would be a rewarding career. Mrs. Rios is married to her husband, Anthony, who's a civil engineer. She gave birth in October to a son who he had some shots, and that's why they're not here tonight. And so he's got a high fever. I hope he does okay. Even Evan Anthony is currently on maternity leave. She said her philosophy of teaching is simple. Some parents consider me to be strict, she replied, and I am, but I love my kids. I am strict because I see their potential, and I want them to know we believe that they can accomplish what they set their minds to do. Challenges are in all of us, but working together is how we address those needs. On behalf of the Rialto Unified School District, I want to present you with my key to the district, and this is for you to cherish. And in those times of need where you feel like, oh my gosh, you look at your trophy when you come home, and all the other teachers that need a mentor, they need somebody to talk to, I think they have the right person to my right.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to say something? Anything? And we'll take a picture. Oh, Rosa, please. Oh my gosh, look at this. Would you like to personally? And I'll hold it up.
My son, when he found out that it was gonna be, when he found out that Miss Rios was gonna be recognized, he told me, "Mom, I better do something for her." And because he loves painting, he said, "I don't know what to do for her. A heart? I don't think so." And he said, "Oh, the apple, Mom, and the apple." So because she deserved an apple, that's why he did an apple. And I have a winners here, how my son has been doing the grade. One of the artists is here. She knows how great he is doing. And I really believe that he did this job because of her. He has great teachers, yes. But it takes one teacher to recognize what they capable to do. And I love her because she never let him be lazy, like I said. She's on top, and so she needs to be recognized. Just like we have good teachers, we have good parents, and bad teachers. So she's great.
Stay right here. Move a little closer right here. Yeah. Hold the picture, Rosa. I'll stand behind both of you.
Yeah, you did a good job. Awesome. Yeah. Good job. That was on time.
I would like to just say thank you for this great honor. It was a great surprise for me. I was in maternity leave and I got a phone call, and I wouldn't be able to be a great teacher without the support of the staff at Carter High School. And I am a strict teacher, and sometimes I kind of lose the light of being a teacher, and this is just a reminder that I need to keep going, especially for those students who need teachers in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayala.
Good job.
Thank you. Okay, which that takes us to item C, public comment. And at this time, we'll have comments from the floor. Any person wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes. And the first speaker we have is Reef Coleman.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Rialto. Hi. I am the marketing director to Jersey Mike Subs. Whoop, whoop. We're opening up nearby.
Nice.
I wanted to say, is that me?
Don't get too close to it.
Oh, God's talking. Cool. I wanted to say, wow, I've done a lot of these. I've been to a lot of city council meetings, and I have not seen such love and such warmth out of a city as I have from this city. I don't know if I came on a special night, but wow. I mean, like, the lady that retired tonight, if she didn't feel love before, oh my gosh, that's incredible. That's such a great turnout. Yeah, tons of these have been done. I've done over, I think, 20 grand openings, and I've done tons of city councils, and it's just a beautiful thing to see.
This is the school board.
Oh, school board?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. I've done school board, and actually that has like 5 people in the audience. That's even a lower turnout than the city council, sadly. I'm sorry to say it, but it really is. And it takes a community to really build a child, they say. You can't just have one child with one teacher. It takes a whole community. So to see you guys all together as a community building into it is incredible. Like, that's wow. This is school council, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah, earlier we had city council officials here for the celebration for Ms. Gilbert going away. So we had a whole mix of elected officials.
Got it. So everybody and their brother and their mother. Good. I like that. I'd like to give special thanks. There's Saida. She's awesome. Saida, if you guys don't know, she helped put all this together. Incredible. She helped get everybody together. Also, Ricardo Carlos and Frank Garza, which is incredible. I actually met Edgar right before this. I had no idea that Edgar was who he was. He talked to me like I was just some regular person, just like nobody else. And to find out that he's the president is like, whoa. Yeah, that is so humbling. That's incredible. It's like I was talking to Obama and I didn't even know about it. It was wow. That was a surprise to me by the end of it. I think it's cool to see a city going in the right direction. You see a lot of issues in a lot of cities, and you guys have it going on. I mean, I saw everything from fighting prejudices to fighting drugs, and my little brother has special needs. Both my wife's little brother and my little brother has special needs. So wow, what a blessing. They're angels in disguise. Nobody knows it. Off the record, I think God is doing great things in this city, and I'm saying that without the logo because I'll get in trouble. Well, now with the logo, I think great things are happening in this city. Okay, cool. Politically correct. We are actually opening a new store right behind In-N-Out on January 14th, coming up this next year. I actually came to hopefully gather some schools to do fundraisers with. For our grand openings, we do fundraisers with up to 5 to 6 schools. I see fingers up. Yeah? Is that? Check one, please. Thanks. Okay, party. We actually have a coupon that we do for the whole city. We do. Oh, sorry. So sit down?
No, you don't have to.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, your time is up, but we're gonna allow you an extension since you're giving us all a lot of credit.
You're gonna give us all free.
Keep going. Keep going.
Go ahead.
Keep going.
See, all you got to do is feed the ego, guys. That works. So we make a coupon for every single school. We make about 1,000 to 3,000 coupons. Every coupon redeemed back in the store, we give $3 back to the school for. Tons of money to make back for the school. We don't just do it for 1 day or 1 week. We do it for a week and a half, 11 days. So we run it for that entire time. Again, we choose 5 to 6 schools. Not only do we choose those 5 to 6 schools, which are now, I think, a few of them, if I'm not mistaken, Carter High School, thanks to Christine Foote, Rialto High School, thanks to Frank Garza, Kolb Middle School, Trapp Elementary, Rialto Middle School, and Werner Elementary as of right now. If anybody else wants to join on that, please grab a card for me.
Excuse me, what happened to Eisenhower High School? Okay.
Before I get in trouble. Thank you. Sorry, miss. I didn't want to. Okay. But we also do a total of anywhere from 20 to 30,000 prints that we actually put out into the public ourselves, out of our own pocket. Help me. Out of our own pocket, and that money gets distributed evenly amongst the schools. Jersey Mike's is very socially conscious. They're very progressive. Thousands of dollars have been raised in the LA area just from these fundraisers and the grand openings that we've done across the entire LA County and San Diego County. So we hope to keep changing things, and we're here in the community to stay. So if you need anything from us, please let us know. We will continue to help the community. We do this all year round. This grand opening is just our big bang into the city, but afterwards we do continue fundraising throughout the city. Everyone, church, youth groups, any kind of school that gets involved, community functions, you name it, sports, youth events, we're involved 110%.
Thank you, Reef. Maybe you could leave your business card with somebody here in the district, and you can set up an appointment to speak with them.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate you again.
No problem. Thank you, Reef.
Bye, everyone. Thank you. Have a great night. Bless you.
Next up, we have Don Griggs.
Thank you very much. And congratulations to those that are due and to the board. I'm Don Griggs. I'm from the West Side Action Group. And also, I am a 38-year resident of Rialto. And my kids have gone through the district from Morgan to Frisbee through Eisenhower. So I am here for that reason. WAG, West Side Action Group, thought I should make this special presentation, which I am more than happy to do for Dina Walker, our friend. We'd like to present her with this bouquet of flowers. Nice. And they're a little tired. It's been a long night. But I'm sure if you give them a little TLC, they may come back and prep up. But Dina's been a very good friend of ours, and we surely appreciate it. We're looking forward to your serving on the board. You have an excellent member here, and we will be following you. Thank you very much.
Get a quick picture. My
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Next up, we have, is it Jay Britt?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Fellow board members, Superintendent, Mr. Islam. I'm Jay Britt, owner of NAI 2.0. Clothing line stands for New Age Intelligence. We recently teamed up with the Rialto Community Coalition, which I'm glad to be a part of, which David Phillips is a part of, and Michael Townsend as well. Our focus is to focus on reducing the amount of drugs and illegal substance to kids and young people all around Rialto. You can name it. You know, we're here to help the kids. And we recently had an event November 24th. It was pretty awesome. The event was titled Sober Skater, and the whole event was just to kind of like get on the kids' level, to show them, like, you know, you can skate all day. You don't have to, you know, be high on anything. Actually, skateboarding is our high, and that's what we focus on and promoting. So the Rialto Community Coalition and everyone else involved, like, I'd like to thank a lot of people that made this possible, and that's pretty much it. But we're here to help the kids and to help them grow them to become stronger and help guide them to become bigger and better, stronger people, because that's what we're here for, is for the kids, because they have the young minds, and if we treat them right now and help them right now, they'll grow up to be heroes. And that's all I have to say. And also I want to say congratulations and welcome Dina Walker, and also Edgar Montez. You guys are awesome. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. David Phillips.
Hello, board members, Superintendent Islam, and community. Would like to come to you today to thank some key people that were a part of what Mr. Britt just spoke of, the Sober Skater event. We brought a event to bring awareness to drug and alcohol prevention to the youth, and we specifically planned it on a day where the kids were normally supervised but didn't have supervision, as during the Thanksgiving break. The beginning of it, when they're probably not going on vacation, parents still have to work. And what was really nice is one of the groups that came out to perform at our event was the Eisenhower Polynesian Club, which is standing behind me right now. Sammy and her group really came out and did a really awesome job for us, really representing for Eisenhower and also representing for youth, because it's very key that we bring youth into this equation. The whole purpose of doing Sober Skater was to bring the adults to the youth. Stop asking the youth to come to us, but go to them, go to their level, and do something that we may not enjoy. I'm not a skater, but I enjoy that they enjoy it, and I want to prove to them that I can see value in the things they see value in. We had many people from the city council, police department, fire department that were a part of our event, but we also had key people that worked behind the scenes. Like Mr. Montez was valuable in giving me information and opening channels for me to get information out to the students. Ms. Walker, our newly elected board member, she attended the event, which was awesome. Sayeda, I don't know where she's at, but she was the most awesome conduit of information and knowledge through her department. Her and her department were very helpful in getting the information to the students. We had principals from, let's see, Sayeda and her staff, principals from Eisenhower, Frisbee Middle School, Cole Middle School, Dollahan Elementary, and we also had the Rialto Unified Public Safety team that really helped us out and got the information to the students as well. So just wanted, with the ending comments is, not everybody has to be a big somebody to be a part of the coalition. The coalition is made up of leaders, like you guys yourselves are more than welcome to join us, and just lowly parents and people who don't think they have a lot to bring to the table, but everybody has a little bit that they can bring. And we'll take the little bit and we'll use that little bit to do something massive for our students. We get told all the time that there's problems with drugs and alcohol in our community, and we've done surveys that this proves that there is problems, and we were out there working to affect it. And the one motto that we use as a coalition is we want to continue to move forward, never backward. Thank you for your time.
Just really quick, we want to take the opportunity to, yeah, that would be smart, right? Say thank you to David Phillips and Michael Townsend and for inviting us to these events. We really appreciate it. And we want to give you, like,
Next up, we have Jerry Finning. Is there Mr. Jerry Finning? Mr. Jerry Finning going once, going twice. In case he does come back, we'll save him for last. We're going to go on to Mrs. Sandra Fragoso.
Good evening, board members, acting superintendent, and audience. We would like to share with you that our Winter Wonderland at Morgan was a success. We try to do this event every year for our students. Unfortunately, last year we couldn't. That's why this year we did everything we could to make it possible. Each Morgan student received a bracelet that gave them access to 4 rides for free. We had horse-drawn carriages, carnival games, train rides, a jumper slide, and snow. We are grateful to our sister school, Eisenhower, and Mr. Sparks, and the AVID program volunteers. We had help from our Morgan parents, staff, and members of our community that participated in our fundraiser. We received a lot of water and snacks as donations from our Morgan parents. And we want to give a special thanks to Associate Superintendent of Personnel Services, Thomas Halderson, and our City Councilman, Joe Baca Jr., and him and his family for stopping by and showing their support. Thank you so much. We invited all the board members via email, and we miss you guys. I know it was a last-minute thing, but we weren't sure that our event was going to happen. We had some trouble getting all the funds, but we made it possible thanks to our community members again. And last thing, we want to let you know that last Friday, December 12th, we will be showing our school spirit by wearing ugly holiday sweaters. So you're welcome to wear your ugly sweater and come and join us at Morgan. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Morgan Elementary parent volunteers. Next up, I'd like to call up let's see, Mr. Ron Fletcher.
Good evening, board and Mr. Islam, and congratulations to Mr. Montez and to Diana Walker. We'll be working with you in the future. I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but I got a question for you. Do we follow Robert's Rules of Order at this school district?
We try to.
We try to. I just wanted to let you know that you guys did exactly the same thing that San Bernardino did last night when they elected their new officers and did not follow Robert's Rules of Order. when you ask for the presidency, you're supposed to say, are there any other nominations at least 3 times before you go on. That didn't get done, period. But I'm happy to see that Montez is president and Kelly is vice president. I think it's a long time going. I think the board is made up of people that will work very well together. You've got experience, you got newcomer. There's going to be some changes, and with Mr. Islam helping to lead the way, this is going to be a great year, 2015, and I hope to be working with you guys more closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher, and that's a good point on the parliamentary procedure. That's something we can look at moving forward, but that's the way we've done it, at least the last 4 years that I've been on the board. But if it's wrong, thank you for pointing it out. We'll check it out. And
I just want you to be really legal.
no, thank you. Well, I think I'm legal. I hope I'm legal. Thank you. Next up, we've got Mrs. Brenda Parker.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm Brenda Parker, and I'm speaking on behalf of the community and as a parent. First of all, let me say, when I came, I was so excited because I had so many wonderful things I want to say. But as I sat through this, I got sad because we have a lot of work to do. First of all, on this board, and then how this board meeting is run. So with that being said, I said that first because I don't want to leave on the sour note. I want to leave on the positive note. Dina, you go, girl. Congratulations. And I am not her sorority sister because I have on a red jacket. I just happened to wear that today. But I came, once again, as I said, as a community member, I came to give kudos to Mr. O and his staff at Frisbee Middle School. I've lived on the north end pepper of Rialto for many years, almost 20 years. And we have dealt with Frisbee Middle School, the kids, the staff, the leadership, and the administration. And for a moment there, it was quite scary in our community how the children had actually begun to run amok in the community. But I am here to say, because of the strong and positive leadership of Mr. O and his staff at Rialto, they have truly, truly changed the whole environment, the culture of the school, of the community, and they have posed Frisbee to be a very positive and asset to the community of Rialto, North End Pepper. And for that, I want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as Rialto Unified, you as the district and we as the community go forward and make these changes here in our unified school district, I asked and I implore and I advocate that you leave such leadership and staff intact. As you go through and make your change, and as you go through and make your restructuring, your reorganization, I ask and I implore you to please leave that administration and that leadership and that staff intact, as well as Coursera and Rialto Middle. That is not to put away any of the other middle schools, high schools, and elementary that is here in the Rialto Unified. Those are ones that I know personally, that I really, really enjoy and have watched the culture change and have enjoyed it. And as you continue to go through and once again change and reorganize here in the Rialto Unified, I ask as you search for a superintendent, Mr. Islam, thank you. I want to say I enjoy his open door policy. I enjoy his warmth. I enjoy your honesty. And I ask, and I'm going to use some improper English here. All money ain't good money. All titles ain't good titles. And because he's not a doctor, does not mean he's not a leader. So I ask that you take into consideration the leadership, the warmth, and the positivity of a person before you look at a title. Thank you, and you have a great evening, and have a wonderful, wonderful holiday.
Next up, we've got Mr. Russell Silva.
evening, board members, administration, junior knowledge. My name is Russell Silva, and I'm a Rialto resident. As you can see, I'm here to support the coalition. I've worked with them not for a long time, but I've seen them do valuable things with this community. And with Ms. Dina Walker coming out and supporting the event, along with Sean O'Connell and then council member Lynn Hertz, to have elected officials show up and give support to the children is extremely valuable because it shows them that they care. And the police department also did the same thing with their interaction with the skaters and the bikers who were there showing off their talents. So my request, again, I made the request before, my request now is that the coalition's next meeting is in January, the first Tuesday in January. I believe that is the 4th or 6th, I'm not sure. Come and attend, see what this coalition has in mind for the future, because there are a lot of great things that they can do to help these students, to help the community stay sober, help the kids and become strong citizens and strong individuals that will help this community. Author Jean Vanier wrote, "One of the marvelous things about community is that it enables us to welcome and help people in a way we couldn't as individuals. We need to, as a community, to come forward and help these children, to be strong for them. Because our presence with them gives them, not just doesn't give the youth a positive aspect and a positive direction for themselves, it also gives a positive direction for the community. It's events such as these that strengthen the community's confidence within themselves and also enriches the community's perception with other communities in the Inland Empire. So I hope you join us. I hope you come out and look for bigger and better things for us to do because we have a lot more fun coming up. By the way, I think you guys need to go to different tie stores. Although I like them, you can't wear them in the same store. Thank you.
Mr. Silva, is there a time on the 4th or the 6th?
It's at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
January 6th at 6 o'clock, is it? Or 6:30? That's the date. And when's the time?
It's from 6:30 to 7:30 on the first Tuesday of every month.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Where?
It's at the fire station.
Here in Rialto, the North Rialto Fire Station, right over here.
The one on Riverside Avenue?
Yes.
Okay.
Riverside and Walnut.
Yes.
Okay. Station
Okay,
202.
and congratulations to Dina Walker and Edgar Montez.
Thank you.
Look forward to a great future years with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Celia Salaya.
Necesito a mi intérprete, pero una profesional. Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente Mr. Island y a la audiencia.
Good night, members of the board. Good night, members of the board, Mr. Islam,
Miembros de la audiencia.
and members of the audience.
Mi nombre es Celia Zelaya y soy la coordinadora del grupo de apoyo para padres de niños especiales.
My name is Celia Celaya. I'm the parent, the coordinator of the parent with special needs.
I'm the coordinator for the parent support of special needs kids. Quiero felicitar primero a la mesa directiva, Mr. Montes, si se puede, Mr. Montes. A la señora Walker también, bienvenida. A todos los miembros de la mesa directiva, Mr. Ayala, a Nancy, al señor Martínez.
Yes, I would like to congratulate Mr. Montes, Ms. Walkers, the whole board members.
Si se puede.
Oh, and also with the slogan, yes, it can be done. Yes, we can.
Primero, bueno, me dio mucho gusto escuchar que una maestra tan joven, tenemos aquí en el distrito muy buenos maestros. Tenemos de todo, pero sí tenemos muy buenos maestros también y es bueno reconocer eso.
Yes, I'm also very happy to know that we have very good teachers here in the district. We have young teachers, very well qualified.
No, usted, porque este ya me está. También quiero decirles que tengo 6 minutos, por favor. Okay. Gracias, Miss Valenzuela. También quiero decirles que a los miembros, por favor, que no se les olvide quiénes los hemos elegido y para quiénes van a trabajar, por favor.
I also want to remind the board members to remember who elected you and who you're working for.
Y quiero que por favor me expliquen una parte de la agenda de acá del libro, el L3.
And I also would like to get
Disculpen, con todo respeto, ahorita estamos todavía en la sección de items que no están en la agenda, pero terminando esto vamos a hacer items on the agenda. Si permite nomás dejar, si quiere guardar las preguntas o comentario para la próxima sección, nomás falta Myrna for items off the agenda.
Está bien, disculpen, yo desconozco cómo
no hay problema.
la forma en que se trabaja y como no está en español la agenda, ni en el papel, entonces yo lo tomé como que podía abordar este punto que de interés para todos los papás.
Sí, siga por favor, no hay problema. Para la próxima vez vamos a cambiar unas de las cosas en esta forma. Por favor, siga y para la próxima vez a ver qué hacemos con el proceso. Go ahead and proceed with your question.
Okay. Sí.
We had a question. I have a question on the agenda on L3.
En mi entendimiento, lo que nosotros los papás entendemos es que quieren contratar un bufete para encontrar otro superintendente.
From our understanding, parent understanding, it says that you are looking for a firm to look for a superintendent.
Y nosotros los papás nos preocupa eso, porque nos decimos nosotros, ¿para qué quieren gastar dinero innecesariamente? Si tenemos a Mr. Islam por 2 años, ha estado acá y está haciendo un buen trabajo. En lugar de gastar ese dinero buscando una firma de abogados para buscar otro superintendente, ese es dinero innecesario que van a gastar pagándole a alguien para buscar a otro superintendente. Mejor les sugerimos nosotros como padres y miembros de la comunidad que gasten ese dinero en servicios, en la educación y en los servicios de nuestros niños.
We want to know, why is it that you want to spend money on looking for another superintendent when we have Mr. Islam? He's been here for 2 years, and he's been doing a great job for 2 years. And instead of spending and wasting money and looking for a firm, you should spend money that belongs to the students and the education of our students. And we parents are asking you why.
Esperamos, nos sentimos felices, pensamos que vamos a tener nuestras oraciones para que esta nueva directiva, este nuevo equipo trabaje muy bien por el bienestar y la educación de nuestros niños. Se me hace, no sé, ahorita a simple vista la señora Walker también siento que va a quedar muy bien con el equipo, con Mr. Montes, Mr. Ayala y la señora O'Kelly.
We parents are happy, and we will keep you in our prayers, because to have such a great board, and Ms. Walker, just from seeing you, it looks like you guys are going to make a great team. You guys are going to make great changes for the benefit of our students and the education of our students.
Y esperamos que tengan una muy buena decisión, que tomen en cuenta la opinión de nosotros los padres.
And we hope that you make the right decision and you consider the opinion of us, the parents.
Gracias. Thank you.
Myrna Reese.
Okay, mine.
Yo voy a traducir en español lo que ella diga.
Well, good evening. My name is Myrna Reese, and I'm here actually. We wanted to thank Mr. Islam for listening to us, and I wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Brenda Parker said, that his open door policy has been amazing. We had a lot of parents in different schools, parent volunteers, that financially were not able to pay for the fingerprinting in order to be able to volunteer in the school. I came to Mr. Islam and I presented the issue to him. He formed a committee and he listened to our concerns, and he was able to lower the fee to $20. So that is something that us parents are able to afford now, and by doing that, we have a lot more parents being able to volunteer. So I'm here to say thank you very much. And we have parents here also thanking you.
Gracias.
Okay.
Algo que se me olvidó, por favor, miembros de la mesa directiva, necesitamos intérpretes profesionales. Vieran qué frustrante es estar en una junta en donde la mitad te la traducen y te la traducen mal. Imagínense lo que pasa, que esto es solamente la junta del board. Imagínense en los IPs, en donde se está diciendo la vida educativa de nuestros hijos. Qué frustrante es que los padres no sepan lo que están diciendo por la mala traducción.
She also forgot to mention that how important it is to have a professional interpreter. I'm not a professional interpreter, but it is very frustrating that being here, you hear you understand only half of what's being said, and also in IEPs. It is very important, and that's legal terms, terminology, and that's the life of a student, and I'm just adding that to the education and how important it is to have a professional interpreter.
Okay, on to, did Mr. Jerry Fenning return? Jerry Fenning. Is there a Jerry Fenning? No? Okay. We're going to go on to items on the agenda. And the first speaker we have is Mrs. Lisa Lindberg.
Hi, good evening. Superintendent Islam, School Board, our new School Board President, Mr. Montez. Dina, welcome, good to see you. My name is Lisa Lindberg, and I am the President of the Rialto Education Association. I would like to welcome Dina to the board this evening. We are all very excited at REA to have her on board, and we wish her well. We also want to welcome back Edgar Montez, as we are very excited to see you seated again. I'd also like to thank the entire board for placing on the agenda the selection of a superintendent search for our USD. I appreciate your consideration of this item and believe it is an excellent step in the forward movement of the district. Now, the other item I want to talk to you about isn't as fun, so I'll be honest. I'd like to bring your attention to an agenda item, specifically F92 in your reference, concerning board policy on continuing education. The first paragraph. You're being asked to approve a change in board policy concerning continuing education, and I noticed it today, so I wanted to bring it to your attention. It says the superintendent or the designee shall appoint a director of continuing education who shall be responsible for the organization and administration of the district's continuation education program and guidance, placement, and follow-up services for participating students. And the reason I'm bringing this to your attention is because for some time now, the Myler and Supanic staff at our continuation school have been asking for an assistant principal at their site. They currently have one principal, and they've had one principal in the past during the budget crunch, but prior to that, they also had another administrator on site. And as you know, Myler Supanic has some unique needs. It is still considered a high school, although they said sometimes they feel like the redheaded stepchild of the district. Their students have unique needs. Many of them are high risk. This is their one and only chance to graduate. And the staff has been pushing for another administrator. They're happy with their principal. They think he's doing a great job, but he's gone a lot to district meetings and trainings, and then they're left by themselves. So I'm bringing that to your attention. The students and the staff need assistance at the site level. And here we are planning on appointing another administrator at the district level. So obviously, I, as the president, am speaking for my members. We have an issue with that. I can give you another example of what I am talking about. When we were at the bargaining table last spring, we were advocating for smaller class sizes in special education. And unfortunately, we were rebuffed. We have an MOU that's not the same. We don't have a hard cap on special ed class sizes. And after the school year started, 3 more district level administrators were hired for special education. So that's 3 more district level administrators that were hired. Not at the site, not helping our members, our teachers, our students at the site level. So that's another example I want to bring to your attention. Another example is earlier this year when we were planning the LCAP, and I brought this to the previous board's attention earlier in the year. When we planned the LCAP, we had said that we needed more counselors at the secondary levels, meaning both middle school and high school, and also that we'd like to start counseling at the elementary. And that did not happen. What happened instead was that a coordinator of counselors was hired, again, at the district level. So we had an issue with that, and as the school year started, we kept advocating for more counselors, and eventually another counselor was hired at each of the comprehensive high schools, so 3 more counselors total. But they still need more counselors at the high school level. I'm meeting with all of the counselors tomorrow in our membership, the secondary. And we haven't even begun to address middle school, or for that matter, elementary, who has no counselors. And I don't think we ever have in Rialto, but I know, I believe San Bernardino does, and Mr. Halverson can confirm that. All of these positions have been created by in the Educational Services Department, and I need to point out that you have already increased the number of associate superintendents in that department by 1. You now have 2 in that department, whereas before you had 1. But you've also approved all of these other administrative positions at the district level, at the district level. And I feel the sites are being ignored. Our members feel the sites are being ignored. And if you're ignoring the sites, you are ignoring the students. And since our students are at the sites, that begs the question, who is our USD really focused on? I hope you will reconsider this agenda item. We find it very disturbing. I thank you for your time, and happy holidays. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Lindbergh. Next up, we have item on the agenda, Mr. Russell Silva.
Good evening, board members, administration, viewing audience. My name is Russell Silva, and I'm a Rialto resident. I was going to discuss reference K81, but since it was pulled, I'm still going to discuss it because I would like you to reconsider the approval of the addendum for that. Because in October, when it first came up as a ratification to that agreement, I questioned it back then as to why the district's current legal counsel could not handle that. I was told by Mr. Montez at the time that the legal counsel that you currently have on staff was busy with other issues, but that shouldn't be this district's problem. If they are busy, then they need to hire more people. The district hired them to do work for them. The district hired them to give them legal counsel, to give them legal management, and that's what you're asking this other firm to do. Why can't our firm do that? So I'm simply requesting that we don't, that if this issue comes back, we still don't amend it. We just continue to go on with, since the original one was ratified, let them do their 10 hours and then move on. Because it's what the original amendment was to do was to increase it by 88 hours. That's an 880% increase, which I had mentioned before. It's going to be an addendum on an addendum, and that's what we're doing. I understand the purpose of what you're doing behind this. You want to review to see if there are any agreements that we can go back and possibly get some funds recovered on them that were possibly either created wrong or paid wrong or whatever. And I understand that. There's a possibility to do that. But I throw out the other question. Are we going to throw money at something that we're not going to recover? Are we going to spend $100,000, $200,000 to try and recover $50,000? So I think we need to be very cautious about what we do with that. I understand you want to look at it, and that's fine. But I think we should leave it at a bare minimum. Right now we have 10 hours. I think they can do that in 10 hours. So please take that into consideration, and I would hope that in the future we would look at the existing staff. If the existing attorneys don't have the wherewithal to do this, then maybe we need to change attorneys. I know we had that issue before. So, but anyway, I wanted to thank you for pulling it off the agenda, but if you do bring it back, please consider approving the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, we want to wrap up this meeting. So if I call your name and the item is not on the agenda, please don't come up to speak. We already had items off the agenda. So if the item is no longer on the agenda, could you please wait until if it's brought back on the agenda, so that way the board can consider it, deliberate, and vote on it then.
Next point, Mr. Montez, as you point out so often, it is up to them if they wish to speak on it or not.
Yeah.
I agree that please consider that, but it is still their right to speak.
Of course, Mr. Martinez, but what I'm saying is if the items are no longer on the agenda, if they were pulled off the agenda, if they could reserve their comments if the items return back onto the agenda.
I understand what you're asking. I respect that. Just that I want the public to know that they still can speak if they wish to.
Next up, we have Ms. Paula Bailey.
Good evening, interim superintendent and board. Yes, it is getting to be a late night, and when I filled out my card, it was 6:45, and the actions that have taken place since then were not taken at that time. So as you will see on my comment card, which I don't know if that drove the statement of what you just had to make, it was in reference to Measure Y. I understand there's still more questions and so forth. I've been up here the last 2 board meetings. We need to move forward for our kids' sake, for our homeowners' sake, for our district's sake as a whole. I understand people still have questions and needs. We did hold 2 town hall meetings. The amount of people that attended those were very minimal. And I know there's been many months that have gone by, and I hope by the next board meeting, as long as we're still in compliance with that timeline, we make a decision for the best interest of our kids. Because our schools are not going to be able to withstand waiting the time frame that we would have to wait to approve this. I understand decisions have been made in the past. Those are in the past. We need to look at where we are and move forward and do what's best for our kids now. As going through everything, there is one quick little thing that I do have that is not on the agenda, and it's about when you're making changes in the schools, up and coming administration. It hit home for my daughter, who had an amazing principal last year, Her current principal will be leaving at the end of like this Friday. He will not be there when she returns. So once a new principal is established, I hope that that is considered, because, you know, the kids were just like, really? We have another principal and now they're going to cope with this? It's another loss. You might not realize that how much that principal means to that kid, even though they're not seeing them every day in that classroom. So please consider that when making those changes and decisions, because some kids really would like to see the same principal all 5 years. I know that's not possible, but it is a big thing in their safety and with so much transition. And have a great evening, and I hope everyone has a happy holidays, and see you all next year.
Next up, we have Mrs. Michelle Sanchez.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for taking the time to hear what I have to say. Even though the item was pulled from the agenda, when I signed up, it was not. It was still on the agenda. And most of you know me. I've lived in Rialto my whole life, gone to school here, went through Frisbee, Boyd, Casey, Eisenhower, and all 4 of my children graduated from Eisenhower as well. I'm talking about the item with hiring the attorney to review the FCMAT report, and I have read that report several times. We have a district attorney that the FCMAT people said that that report should go to, and I understand it has, and that it is in the district attorney's office. I think our money would be better spent maybe putting a little pressure and encouraging the district attorney to look into this matter and make some determinations, and then based on the district attorney's recommendations. I don't think that spending another $50-some-odd thousand on an attorney who had a lawsuit filed against them last year for conflict of interest, creating their own contracts, would be a good step forward for this district. That was part of the problem in the FCMAT report, if I recall, after having read it several times, the possible misappropriation of funds and the possible conflicts of interest. I think civil litigation would best be pursued after the district attorney makes a determination whether he can go forward with that or not. I understand the reasoning why you want to do this, but I think almost $60,000 possibly spent on that. After we talked about it at the last meeting, 10 hours only was going to be enough. And I knew by looking at the report it would not be enough time. So I am hoping and praying that this item will not come back on an agenda. That's why I'm speaking tonight. And that you will seriously consider, like I said, letting the district attorney do what we're paying him to do, which is protect our interests here. And our students could use that money for a teacher, aides, maintenance. There's all kinds of things that we could do with that money besides pay another attorney. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Rosa Fuentes.
Everybody wants to talk tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Today I wanted welcome back to Mr. Montes. Congratulations. Wonderful you did in the past, and I'm sure that you're going to continue doing the best. And Mr. Walker, welcome to Rialto District. And I have a few comments. I don't know when I got the impression it's a board member that was before. When it comes to the board members, bullying, and I got the impression that there is a bully in the board. I don't like that. That was one of the reasons why I stepped up. Mr. Montes, you've been really good by taking a lot of things and keep yourself calm. But when it comes to Mr. Martinez, when it comes to bullying, be careful, because you're promoting bullying the board. And now we said to the parents as well. We as a parents, we had to come to address issues here with the respect, not insulting people, because if you have personal issue with somebody in the floor,
they had supervisors to address those issues before. Giving that opportunity to those people to resolve the issues there, but because this is the board needs to have control in the board. You're the board, you run the board, but the board needs to be simple. Be as simple for the rest of the board and for those principals aside, those school council we have. That's why we don't have a school council, because it's not there. We have those advisors. So please run the board. It's a good sample for everybody. If you feel that you cannot be a board member, it's this thing, just to resign, Mr. Martinez. You don't have to be a board member. We elect you thinking that we do the best, but it seems like you're not happy now. So just behave in the board, please. And congratulations again, Mr. Montes. You are wonderful, and I hope you can continue doing the best for the children. The children is the main focus. That's it, just the children. And I want to also thank to Mr. Mohammed, because with not that degree, you don't have to have a doctorate degree, master, nothing like that. It's just a paper to run the district. But please run the district yourself, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuentes. And I believe we got everybody. Did we miss anyone? Is there anyone here that we missed? If not, then we'll proceed. Next item up is the, there's no public hearing tonight, so we go on to the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by Board of Education members or the interim superintendent for individual discussion and action. We have items E through J. We have items E through J, and do we have any pulls on items E through J?
1, 2, and 3.
And we have to,
Yeah, those I-1 to 3 not pulled prior to adopting the agenda, so it's not an agenda anymore.
Yeah.
I thought we already did that.
They're,
though.
they're,
Just reminding them.
they've been pulled off, yeah, thank you.
no, well,
Do you have any
we
other?
have our individual polls, but I thought we first made a motion and seconded to approve those items and then took the polls.
No, the items, the motion was to pull them off the agenda.
No, but I have polls that
Oh,
aren't
okay.
those polls.
Okay,
Okay.
you don't have any more, Mr. Ayala?
No, I was just reminding us that we had already motioned on those.
Yeah, those and also 8 and 9 on F. Do we have any pools for discussion?
I have one pool for discussion. That will be G7.
G7, okay. So we'll pull G7 aside.
I have F9, H5,
F9.
H5, K1.
Wait. H5, K1.
Oh, I'm sorry, K is discussion action. That's next time.
Okay. And I'd like to pull item 3, F3. Do we have any more pulls? Okay, hearing no more pulls, then I'd like a motion to approve the consent calendar items E through J with the exception of item F3, F9, G7, and H5. Do we have any more pulls other than that before we proceed? If not, can I get a motion to proceed?
Move to proceed.
Second.
Okay. So, all in favor to approve items E through J with the exception of F3, F9, G7, and H5?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Item F3. Mr. D'Souza, I understand you submitted this item.
Correct, and I might need Gordon's help for this. I talked to him. It's a new policy that is put in for drug testing, which is on the agenda. And what is your specific question, Ms. O'Kelly?
Wasn't me.
No, it's
Oh.
Mr. Montes. It's Mr. Montes.
That's why I'm sorry.
Can we get some clarification on this new board policy? And what was the
What was the
what's the
reason?
purpose? Yeah.
I think we update our policies, and this was a new policy that came in, and that's why it got put on the agenda. We discussed it in cabinet too. It does look, it's different, and basically, parents are always, if you look at the policy, parents are always consented. You have to get parents' consent for the kids to participate in this. It's not,
not mandatory?
It's not mandatory.
Mr. Montes, this is a brand new policy. We never had this policy. California School Board Associations recommend board to consider to adopt this policy. So this is the first reading tonight. So you're not adopting after the second reading. So it is for you to review. And
In a nutshell, Mr. Gordon, maybe you can help us. Could you just explain in a nutshell? So I read the policy, but I want the public to know what it is, this item is.
Good evening, board members. Regards to this particular policy, once you have discussed it and it is something that you choose to consider, then at that point we will consider how it will be implemented. In regards to the safety department and the officers that are under my charge, that is not something that they have been required to do. But if this district chooses to adopt that policy, then at that point we will have to look at what type of certification that our officers will be authorized to exercise and the training that would be put in place for those officers to do that. But at this particular time, no one in my department exercises any type of drug screening that they would be performing at any of our school sites or throughout the district.
And these drug testing would be performed on students?
If you, as the board, after reviewing this policy for consideration, then if that's something that you authorize, then at that point, that's how it would be administered.
Mr. Montes, yes, this policy leading for students, yes.
Okay, and then parents have to give consent before their students are drug tested?
You're correct.
And I read about the, in order for the students to participate in athletics, they also have to undergo a drug screening, a drug testing before they're allowed to participate?
That's correct. It's again, it's a brand new policy, and we've been advised to adopt. Again, you as a board, you could choose to take some certain line item from the policy if you choose to do so.
Yeah.
I think the random drug testing for athletes is probably, we have athletes die out on the football field. You hear it all over the place due to the heat or different things.
But
So I think in that case, it's
But that's not something that would be administered by my officers. That would be part of a health screening process or a physical that the
well, yeah,
students
but they
would be
say
taking.
random. That means they can
Right.
test them at any time.
But in referring to athletes, if we're deciding whether or not they're eligible to play a particular sport, my officers, that would not be something that would be charged to my officers to do as well.
Would it be okay to bring this agenda item back and have the board get clarification on exactly how this process would go down? Would it be okay to bring this back?
Yes, board, this is your first reading tonight. You're not adopting this policy. Yes, it's going to come, it will return on agenda and we'll send you some clarification, yes.
Okay.
So you're not doing tonight, it's not adoption tonight, it's simply first reading.
Okay. And the reason why I say is because I know there's a lot of parents out there that would not mind having their kids drug tested because they figure, I don't have nothing to worry about. But there might be some parents out there that might say, hey, well, why are you gonna
Absolutely.
drug test my child without my permission?
Absolutely.
And want to make sure we cross all our I's and dot all our T's. I understand the reasons. It's very reasonable. But before we change one of our policies as far as what we're required to do and not required to do, maybe we should get exact clarification and before we proceed, so we know exactly, and the parents will know exactly, what can happen and all of that, and what they consent to, what they don't consent to.
Mr. Montez, this is the policy. There's also going to be an administrative regulation to it, so we can work on that too.
Okay. So do we want to table this item?
But it comes back automatically. This is just the first reading.
No, I understand that, but the first reading can be brought back, right?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can return back to first reading by saying we're going to pull this item tonight.
Okay. Okay, so
And I want to be clear to the board, it is your desire to adopt this policy against brand new policy. We've never seen this policy before. So California School Board Associations does advise us to bring it to you as a board to consider this, adopting the policy under the drug-free school drug prevention program. So it is your call.
Yeah, and the reason why I say is because we got people that are, drug test everyone. Drug test the teachers, drug test the officers, drug test the board members, drug test everyone. And I understand that, but when we're talking about children and drug testing the children, we want to make sure we do it in a way that's, that's fair to the parents and the community and get their
Absolutely.
input before we move forward on this type of implementation. So if you guys don't mind, we'll pull this off. We'll
Right.
pull this off and bring it back.
Yeah, so I think it's a good idea to pull it, then we return back as a first reading again. Yes, I agree.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. So we won't be taking action on that. Next up is item 9.
Yes, I wanted to say that I totally agree with Ms. Lindberg. Mohammed, you and I had several conversations about this, that this money needs to be spent at the school sites where the kids are, not in more district positions. We cannot, we need counselors, we need instructional aides, we need all these people at the school sites, and yet this policy is proposing to hire a director of continuation education. That's not going to be as valuable to the program at Myler Zupanik as an assistant principal would be. So there's a lot of things to consider before we make these decisions, but we have got to get back to the money goes to the school sites where it can benefit the students directly. Okay. And I know it's a first reading and I know it's going to come back, but I just wanted to make a statement about that because it's just ridiculous.
We can pull it off, Ms. O'Kelly, if you'd like.
Or
If
we
you'd
can
like
do-
to
we
make a
can pull
motion,
that
pull it.
one
Yes,
off
we
too,
can
and-
pull, again, I want to just, board, this is not our recommendations.
I understand. It's
We
from
just simply,
CSBA, right.
We're bringing as
So all we have to do is vote no on it,
Yes.
and we, okay.
Yes.
We need to clarify, CSBA doesn't make our agenda.
No, they don't,
Okay.
they recommend, we bring
And-
it to you
Yeah,
for
and
your.
staff picks and chooses what CSBA recommendations to include as policy.
You're correct,
Okay.
you're correct.
All right.
Something, it's not that we must
Yeah.
adopt the policy.
So
You're correct.
CSBA didn't put it on here, we
No,
did.
We did,
Okay.
yes, you're
All
correct,
right.
and we can pull it.
Oh, yeah, do you want to go ahead and do that, Ms. O'Kelly?
Sure.
And we'll
Okay.
bring back as the first reading with the modification and change.
Anybody opposed to that? Okay. Next up is item G7, and that's to approve the attendance of approximately 41 students from Casera Middle School, 7 parents, and 6 teachers to attend the Latino College Expo at Los Angeles Convention Center, LA, December 13th.
So this was pulled for just discussion in particular. I'm all in favor of the activity, except for the fact that I do not like approving things that don't have finite numbers on them. So there is a number associated with the cost of the transportation, but not the total overall activity. So I would like to, we can vote on it today. but really.
Well, we can ask.
I think if
no.
it's at no cost
Hold on
to
just
the.
a moment, I have the floor.
I'm sorry.
And so, just to be, for the staff, to make sure that when we are putting things on the agenda for us to vote for, I'm very specific about that, not to vote on anything that doesn't have a dollar amount attached, even if it's a not to exceed. I know this is not going to be cost prohibitive for the district to do for the students, but please be sensitive about that for not only the board members' sake, but for our public's sake and knowing how much we're spending on our items. But when we can bring it back to the vote, I am going to vote.
May I clarify, Mr. Montez? Mr. Walker, the cost is the only cost we have related to this item, our transportation cost, which is $800, and registration is $500. That's total cost.
Well, if we could just add that in there, the
And
total cost.
the kids raise the money for the registration. It's coming from step up funds,
Mm-hmm.
and the transportation is coming from parent involvement funds because we have parents going to it.
Okay, so in the items that you have given us, the total cost that it's going to cost the district, because you didn't include that the students have raised, what is the total cost?
The total cost would be $1,300, $800 for the bus, and $500 for the registration.
And that's the total cost?
That's the total cost.
Okay, thank you.
So if we can include that information next time, I agree with Ms. Walker. I think
That's
it's
right.
important that
Sure.
even if it's not going to be paid by certain funds, we want to know what funds it's going to be paid by and how much it's going to cost.
You're correct. We'll do that.
Even if it's not coming out of
Yes.
the general fund.
Right.
Mr. Martinez?
I noticed that there's a date of December 13th on this. I would like to solve the issue by just saying, I would like to amend this item by adding the not to exceed $1,300.
Yes.
Then we can vote on it tonight and be timely.
I agree. We can add the total cost not to exceed $1,300.
Did you say 1,800?
$1,300.
1,300? Okay.
We can add that.
All right.
Okay, I make the
So we have a
motion.
motion to amend this item. Do we have a second?
I have a second here.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the motion carries as amended. Next, we have item H5, and that's to approve an agreement with Stewart Investigative Services, Inc. to provide claims prevention reduction services.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I agree totally with doing whatever is necessary to reduce fraudulent workers' compensation costs. However, is $30,000, number one, the complete cost? Or will we be asked to increase that amount in order to do a thorough job? And how much do you expect to actually save? How are they being paid, by the hour or what for this?
I will ask Mr. Harris, please clarify this issue for the board.
Hi. Good evening, Board President Montez and Vice President O'Kelly and Clerk Walker and Board Members Ayala and Martinez. Whew, I did that. And Interim Superintendent, Mr. Islam. The short answer, Ms. O'Kelly, is no, it will not exceed $30,000, and you will not be asked to come back and say, I need a little bit more, a little bit more. What this is I'm trying to get ahead of our claims and manage our claims from the beginning or from the front instead of managing our claims from the back. I did call several districts around in this area and I asked them, excuse me, what is your percentage of payroll that you're mapping? And the percentage came back, the average is about 1.91%. We are currently at 2.59%. So let me clarify. If we were just at average, we would be spending $900,000 less in our workers' comp claims. So part of the issue that's driving that is that 52% of the claims that we received last year are from employees that have had 2 or 3 claims in the last 2 or 3 years. And the number of production days lost is staggering. And then when you add to that the cost of substitutes, to fill that, and then the frustration of their coworkers where the extra work gets shifted around and put on them. So what I'm trying to do is initiate a couple of things. One, we need to increase our AOE COE, which is, did it arise out of the course of employment? Did you actually get hurt on the clock? So we need to start validating and verifying that these injuries actually happened on the clock and in the course of employment. The second thing we need to do is we need to start doing more claims prevention, and that is what the ergonomic evaluations are. Before you have carpal tunnel, before you have a neck injury or shoulder injury, let us make adjustments to your workstation. Let us move your monitor around. Let's buy little things to help decrease the cost. The other thing is letting everyone know that if you're not honest with your claims, the district is aggressive and that you may be under what's called SBROSA in the workers' comp industry, which is simply surveillance. We may, if you went to the doctor and said you can't do this and that, we may verify that. And these are all very standard practices, and the labor code not only allows for but expects us to verify claims to make sure that they are valid. So what happens is, I have asked, I called around to different investigators, and I got everything from $75 an hour with a minimum number of hours and then a mileage rate. And so I thought the best route to go to cap the cost would be, let's start off by saying, look, let's cap it at 30 grand. And it will not exceed that, and I may not spend the whole 30 grand. It's as things arise. But what happens is, as on a flat rate, if we get I know I'm taking a long time, but it's very complicated. If we get a suspicious claim, the labor code says that we're on the hook for $10,000 worth of medical fees, regardless if it's fraudulent or not. You can't go for the money back. You can't ask for reimbursement. There's nothing you can do about it. But by doing things ahead of the claim, you may cut that early. So you may have to invest $500, which is a flat rate, or $595 is a flat rate, to say, go out and do AOE, COE, and verify that these claims are legitimate. So as they're going to the doctor, they may have already racked up $1,000 in medical bills, and you may have to pay $595 a flat rate for AOE, COE. But if it takes them 20 hours, if it takes them 1 hour, if it takes them 10 hours, we're not going to pay any more than that, which is a really, really cheap rate compared to the rates that I got back from some of the competitors. So that's what we're trying to do, get ahead of our claims.
What percentage does he anticipate being able to?
Well,
or how much does he anticipate being able to save the district?
Well, it's going to take this and another other concerted efforts that we need to do. It's got to be a multitude of things that we do. But what I'd like to do is bring the district at least back down to the prior year, which was 2.29%. And if we can get down there, we'd save $500,000. So I'm trying to do that. I'm going to go ahead and pat myself on the back. Let me do it. My first year, I did reduce the number of claims for the district by 44 claims, but we still have to reduce the financial impact per claim that we have, and that's what I'm trying to do. So we're just trying to move the mapping percentage through payroll down a little bit. So if I can get it down to 2.29%, that's $500,000.
And you won't come back and say he needs more time.
I won't come back unless it's the next fiscal year and we're making progress and we need to do it again.
Thank you.
Yes.
And just to add with Mr. Harris, what he's referring to, I have discussed with him over the years. I said that the rate is too high for Rialto Unified School Districts, and why is so high. So he has been continue analyzing everything, and our costs continue going up because of you. That's he came up with a proposal. We need to be a prevention plan, not do
exactly.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And just so you know, I'm going to have him give this to you. These are the districts that I called, and this is their percentages, and we're the second highest out of this entire list.
Wow. Why do we have to be high in that?
Well, one of the things is...
What's Fontana doing? They're doing great.
Well, thank you for asking. I would love to answer that. Fontana is self-funded like we are, but they're also self-administered. They're in charge of their own claims, and what we use is a third party.
Okay.
So we don't make the final calls. And so that's why Fontana's performance is so well. And San Bernardino City, when I came here, we were at 1.66. It's gone up a little bit since I've been gone. But another shameless plug, right? But they're still at 1.78, and we're at 2.59. So we've got to bring this number down.
Right.
It's screaming that there is something wrong. And where there's smoke,
there's fire.
And
Yes.
San Bernardino also self-funded program.
and self-administered.
Okay.
Yes.
And we capped it. I was there, Mr. Harris, there below 1.5. If I go back when I was there, 1.5, 1.59. That's kind of keep costs under control.
And that's millions of dollars, each one of these percentage, because it's a percentage of the entire district's payroll,
Okay.
including all employees and subs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
At this time, if there's no more discussion, we can either move to pull the item or move forward.
I don't want to poll. We can move forward.
Okay. So are you making the motion?
Are we going to approve all these?
No, we're on that item. We're on 7. I'm sorry, 5. H5.
Right, but we haven't approved any of the ones that we pulled to discuss yet. We haven't approved them. We just discussed them and moved on.
We approved 7, G7.
did?
We approved
Okay.
it.
Yes.
All right, well then let's approve this one.
Okay, so I'll take that as a motion from Ms. Vice
I
President, Ms.
move we
O'Kelly.
approve H5.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next on, we'll go on to items K, discussion action items. We did E through J. I heard that. We did E through J in the beginning.
Yes.
When we approved all the rest of them. Discussion action items, K. And the first one is to amend the agreement with Invo Healthcare Associates for speech and language therapists who provide speech therapy service and complete assessments and individualized education plans, otherwise known as IEPs, for qualified Rialto Unified School District students.
Mr. Montes, President Montes, I was just thinking right now, our student board member will not have a preferential vote on discussion action items. Perhaps because of the time.
Correct.
Maybe we
Correct.
can give him just a minute to say anything he needs
Do
to
you have any
and then
comments?
dismiss him, let him go.
I just want to say thank you for the board members for this opportunity to see and everything you've done in an official board meeting, and I want to thank Ms. Aida Joffrey for being a great DSAC advisor and for giving me this opportunity. And I want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity.
We thank you.
Thank you.
You guys have
Great job.
you guys have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Tino.
Okay, now K1, I had some discussion on that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking at 199,000 for a half a year for speech therapists. Now, is that these salaried positions, or is it we use them hourly, and that's what you're anticipating paying for a half a year?
Well, let me explain. It was brought last time, and it was kind of sounded complicated. If you look at the item K1.1, originally in August or July, we asked for 300,000 from Invo Care to get speech therapists. They couldn't provide it to us, so that's why we are amending that first
Right.
contract. So that's why you have first K1 is an amendment. So that money from there, whatever we used, I took the balance and I put it in the other two companies on ACES and Access Communication, so that we would be able to get speech therapists from there. Now, is all the money being used? No, but we're using that money for contract to get, the interpreting services from those two companies.
Are they contracted at an hourly rate? Do they just come in part-time, or are they here 8 hours a day every day?
I'll let Erica answer that. You can go up to the podium. Director Norma Del Rio is not here, so Erica Johnson will be assisting me.
Sure.
I know, I had the same problem.
Sorry. Good evening, Mr. President Montes and board members and Superintendent Islam. Yes, so what it is the SLP contracted SLPs are generally 8 hours. That's generally what the
Okay.
contract is for per day. And that's how we pay them based on the hours that they work for that day.
Okay, do we pay them benefits and everything too?
No, we don't pay
Okay.
benefits.
All right, I was just wondering why Invo Healthcare promised, it's like there's 2 or 3 items about it, promised us all this great service, and now they're saying they can't do it.
Well, we also have kids with special needs with coagular that they could not provide, and these companies can't provide that, so that's
Oh,
why
I
we
see.
had to change
Okay.
it.
All right.
Is that correct?
Yes, correct. And also, just also in looking in the future, when we're looking at budgeting that money, we really should keep it open for other contracting companies because it's really hard. Like right now, to find an SLP is very difficult, whether it's district hired person or an SLP contract, because most SLPs already have jobs. So they're really working, out of state for us, especially the contracted companies, as far as looking for people. So we really should have more names available so that we can have more people looking for SLPs, because we really want to make sure those kids are being serviced at all times.
Right.
So next year when we do the contract, we will put all the companies, so that we have it open for all, so we don't have to bring it back and forth.
Perhaps we should have an incentive program for encouraging people to become SLPs. In return for our paying for that, they give us so many years of service.
That's a good idea.
Thank you. That's a good idea.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that said, I make a motion that we approve
Thank you.
item K1.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next up, we have item K2, ratify an agreement with Access Communication and Education with Sign Language Interpreting Services, effective November 14, 2014 through June 30th, 2015. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have discussion?
I think Mr. D'Souza and Erica already answered all those questions.
Oh, that's right.
Next to it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, item 3, K3, we have an item to ratify an agreement with Ardor Health Solutions to provide speech and language therapists who will provide speech therapy services and complete assessments and individualized education plans to qualified Rialto Unified School District students, effective November 17th through 2014 through June 30th, 2015. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second? I'll second it. Do we have discussion? I have to ask.
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Number 4, K4, we have an item to approve an agreement with San Bernardino Community College District Valley College campus to establish a college-level course at each of the 3 high schools and the additional expenses of books and classroom technology setup. And I will make a motion to approve that item.
And I will heartily second that motion.
Do we have discussion?
Just that it's a great idea.
I was going to say the same thing. I think it's an awesome opportunity for our students.
Right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next, we have item K5, adopt resolution number 14-15-32, approving the copier lease purchase agreement with Konica Minolta Premier Finance. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I have discussion.
I was going to ask that next.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. O'Connor.
I'm looking at this. Basically, it's telling us we're leasing the equipment, so we're never going to own it, right? It's never going to be ours.
Unless we purchase it.
Yeah, it's a lease option to buy.
Okay, well, explain to me how paying $430,000 every year is the most cost-effective way. It's more cost-effective than purchasing the equipment.
Mr. Daniel is here to clarify this.
Good evening. New President Montes, Vice President O'Kelly, members of the board, Mr. Islam, and members of cabinet. We, as far as leasing the equipment, we've always done that. So we're continuing for the 3 years, and then we will own them come year 4. So that's why I'm bringing this to you as a lease. And the reason you're even seeing this is because on the lease agreement, there is a section called the opinion of council. We sent it to the council. They said, the lease looks fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but please take it back to your board so they can review it, get their blessing, and then we'll go ahead and sign off on our opinion of council. It's a hoop they're kind of making us jump through, which is, I was disappointed that that was their reaction, especially when they said there's nothing wrong with the lease, but just please take it back to your board so they can approve it in a resolution. So that's why you're even seeing this.
Okay, how much would it cost to just purchase it?
Let me have the Minolta people come up here, since I don't know the actual cost per unit of these copiers.
Well,
just out of curiosity.
The cost, Mr. Kelly, because I have somebody's here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm David Mount. I'm from Conica Minolta. Just to answer your question, the revenue that is being leased, the equipment, it comes out to approximately $1.1 million.
Okay, that's to purchase it outright, but at least
After 3 years, to keep them after 3 years?
It's a as Dan mentioned, it's a $1 buyout lease. So at the end of the 3-year period, then you will own the equipment for $1 on
Well,
each piece of equipment.
It kind of looks a little cheaper than doing the lease for 3 years, because at $430,000 a year, 3 years would be, the equivalent amount of time. That'd be, 1.2 something million. You said purchasing it'd be 1.1.
Yeah, there's a finance charge to lease.
I think it's like with anything else, when you lease it, you're spreading the payments out. Otherwise, you'd be asked to basically come up with $1.1 million to go ahead and purchase the copiers outright, which is a large hit to the general fund.
I'm just on a war against interest charges and finance
Totally
charges,
understand that.
especially at Christmas time.
Yeah, it is a season to charge things,
Right.
apparently.
And Mr. Distorto, can you remind the board at the last meeting, you said overall we're still saving money compared to the previous
Oh, yeah,
provider,
absolutely.
correct?
On the copier section alone, we're saving about $150,000 a year. On the copiers, over $300,000 on the printer. So we're seeing about a $400,000 to $450,000 per year savings
Okay.
by what we're doing.
All right.
And I'm disappointed that I had to come here again and do this. It's like, really? I don't
You
want
just
to do
didn't
this.
want to face me again.
Well, please do not become uncomfortable. We're just doing our due
I
diligence.
absolutely, totally understand, and I respect all of you for doing that. And just to kind of give you an update, speaking of this, shameless plug like Derek used to do. We're going to finish off with the copiers this week. So the whole district will be completely installed this week, except for the print shop, because we have to pull electricity and data into the print shop. We are 90% done with the copiers. We've got 3 schools left for the printers. They're going to be done too. So for anyone that doubted us, and I want to thank some people while I'm up here, and Mr. Martinez and the board members for believing in me and this team. And I'm the face of it, but our IT department has been putting in a tremendous amount of work, and they've made this happen along with me. And my team in purchasing and my warehouse, and Mr. Islam for supporting me, and the Minolta team and the HP team. It's truly been a team effort. I couldn't have done this without you, and I couldn't have done this without your belief in me and in my team to do this. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. And before you leave, do we have a question, Mr. Martinez?
One of the things in the FICMAT report, don't hear this as a negative, but the public will probably ask one of us at some point. In the FICMAT report, there were complaints that we used other contracts other than the district contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite an extensive contract, so I'm guessing that's why, but I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, you mean as far as the Minolta?
Why did we use Minolta's contract instead of Rialto's contract?
Right. It is very extensive, and this is one of the reasons, I think, for our protection, that they have that opinion of counsel to make sure that we're being protected in the Minolta lease. And the biggest thing in there is the non-appropriation clause, which basically says if we can't pay for it, we send it back to them at no charge. So,
What about the termination clause?
standard clause that we would see either party can terminate as needed. Although I don't ever anticipate that happening. It would take a major either error on our part or just total mismanagement on Minolta's part for us to invoke that clause.
And we don't have to worry about that, correct? Okay.
Yeah, I browbeat them to death. I call them constantly.
Okay, and we normally don't do this, but I'm going to allow a question from a member of the audience, also a teacher here in the district.
Sure.
If you'd like to come up to the podium, Mr. Carruthers, and just state your question.
question. As a teacher, briefly, they've been installed at TRAP, and when the teachers are having difficulty with training, when is training going to occur for the teachers and for the staff on how to use those copiers?
I'll go ahead in a minute. We did an initial training just to get the office staff up and running on it, and then we strongly suggest to them if they need additional training for their staff to call our trainer, and they will come out and personally train the staff. Training is available as often as you need it. If you're having issues at your site, please contact me directly, and I will make sure you get the necessary training. I'm here to take care of any issues that arise from copiers or printers.
Okay. Yeah, and I just would like to say that Mr. Carruthers brings a good point. Perhaps, Mr. Islam, we can figure out a way to make sure that everyone is trained to use the new equipment. I could see maybe some people saying, well, it's not my job to train anybody else. You know, I'm too busy doing this. Either we train everybody that's going to use them, or, you know, we can't just train some and expect them to do it if there's no, you know, previous agreement to that. So thank you for bringing that.
Mr.
that
Montes, Minolta, as being partnering with us, their commitment to provide training as needed, as long as we need the training, as many times they're willing to do that. And I have someone is present, you know, that's the concerns I have, and we have thoroughly discussed this. As you're saying, if the staff felt not to train, trainer to train, yes, Minolta has a commitment that will come and train our staff.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Congratulations, Minolta.
Mhm. And thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Distrola.
And if anyone has insomnia, read that contract.
Okay, next item is K6, to approve the fiscal year 2014-2015 first interim financial report. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
First and a second. Do we have discussion? Hearing.
Just a comment. It's a positive report going to the county. It's standard and routine, so there's nothing odd about it. We're in good shape.
Hearing no more discussion or comments, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next up, we have item K7, to approve extending bid number 13-14-001 to the following vendors: Champion Chemical, Gorm Inc., Pioneer Chemical Company, Southwest School Supply, Unisource Worldwide, and Waxy's Enterprise Incorporated. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Martinez. Do I have discussion? Hearing no discussion, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we'll jump over to item 10. And that's to that.
We're just approving the expulsions we received in our board packet.
Yeah, don't we do that in close?
Yes, you do in a closed session.
Okay, so item 10 we'll be doing in closed session. And we'll go over to Al. Comments from the interim superintendent?
Thank you, President Montez. As you know, took a mini break. I was gone out of the country, and I'm glad to be back. And I feel like Rialto is not with me when I was there, but it was good to have that short break and seeing elders, uncle, aunt. I haven't seen them many years, and I just lost one of my aunt when I was there. Again, I'm glad to be back. We have our schools. We have a winter break beginning December 15 through January 5th. There will be no schools. But our district office, we are open. We are operating, but the school will be closed beginning December 15, which is next week, Monday, December 15 through January 5th. Today, I received an email. As you pulled items, I'd like to share this with the board tonight. As we are moving forward with our Measure Y bond, eventually, once we get there, we get one of the rating agency called Moody, that's the name of the company, gave us A plus because of we done other things. As you remember, we have to do negative declarations, other things. We are looking good. Going forward, we're looking good. This rating does affect your interest rate. It's like when you go borrow money to buy a house, they look at your FICO score. Same thing for school districts. The agency has to rate where you stand financially, fiscally. Are you sound? And so it's a good news. I want to share with the board. It was a great news. And once we go back to the market selling the bond, you're looking for investors, and you expect a lower rate, lower cost. So this is good news. I want to share it. With that, I want to wish everybody happy holiday. Enjoy Christmas and New Year's. We'd like to see you back New Year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Islam.
Mr. Montez, is there a possibility that we release staff other than those seated here?
Well, it's my understanding that we'll be going into closed session immediately after this to
normally
to deal with. We normally go before, but since this was a special board meeting, we're going to go into closed session, and I don't see nothing wrong with anyone that doesn't have to be here if they'd like to be excused. I mean, in reality, if you don't have to be here, you're welcome to go at any time.
That's why I mentioned it.
Okay.
So they'd feel free to.
So just so you guys know, any staff members, if you don't have to be here, you don't want to be here, you don't need permission for us to release you. We're not releasing you from the classroom. So from now on, if you want to go home, you can go home. If you have to be here for a reason, then I'd suggest you guys stay. Unless anybody else has a problem with that. If you like staying at the board meeting just to watch the meeting, more power to you. But we shouldn't have to keep releasing them.
Yeah.
Say it's okay to go.
Yeah. They're free to leave. Again, as the staff knows this. That's the once. But if they want to stay, that's their choice.
Okay. Thank you very much.
They also need to be here if there's something on the agenda.
Yeah, if
that
there's
they
something
might
on-
be asked questions.
That's
about,
correct.
So.
Okay. You good with that, Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Okay.
That was your original suggestion years ago.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Now that you can do something about it.
You're like an elephant. You never forget.
Yeah.
Okay. Comments from members of the Board of Education. And we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Ayala smiling, so we'll let Mr. Ayala go first.
It's getting late. I heard tonight love, compassion, and tolerance from these kids, and it just echoes tonight throughout our community. I was so proud of our kids, and seeing the video, they couldn't have said it any better. My message tonight is let's watch our kids very closely. Let's not let them fall through the cracks. I know we talk to them and they'll tell you things that everything's fine, but we have to follow up creatively, whatever that means to you and your family. In other words, be proactive and let those kids know that you care. That's my message tonight. Thank you very much for the opportunity to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Ayala. Next up, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, President Montez. I'd like to welcome Ms. Dina Walker to the board, and I have the privilege of sitting right next to you. Congratulate Mr. Montez on your re-election and election to president. Thank Ms. Joanne Gilbert. She'll have to watch it on TV. For 13 years of service, she's heard it all several times today. Thank the teachers and staff for watching over our students and making sure that the district is on track, even while the board is in turmoil over the past couple of years. I have every confidence that we will turn that around and focus back on students. If not, I will bully, if necessary, for my students. Earlier, what you called me on is my just reiterating something Mr. Montez had pointed out several times years ago. So, everyone has a right to speak. I agree with him, but he wasn't pointing it out, so I had to do it. So it's not bullying, just reminding. It was his words originally. Happy holidays to everybody. That's a politically correct thing. At my house, we do Merry Christmas. So those who do happy holidays to you. Those that do Merry Christmas and celebrate the birth of Christ, we do Merry Christmas to you. Mr. Montez.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next up, we have our newly elected clerk and newly elected board member, Mrs. Dina Walker.
Thank you. I want to just first start, it's Ms. Walker. Only
my
because
bad.
I'm not married to my dad or my brother. That would be really weird. Yeah, and it's late, so I'm weird now too. I just want to first start saying again, thank you. So I've done all my, thank yous at the swearing in, but I actually looked forward to coming on this board thinking that, hey, other boards where I've had to coach some of not the superintendents, but board members and staff that I've coached in Southern California, different boards, I've been in board meetings to 11:30, midnight, closed session, 1 o'clock in the morning to be able to be there to coach them. And so looking forward to being on this board saying, yay, I've never been at a board meeting and sat on board in the last 3 years that I've watched this board longer than 9:30 roughly. You guys got out. It's now 10:45, and we still need to go. So I am like, wow, is this the new change for Rialto? I don't want it. So anyway, I'm going to be short. Just to say that, again, I'm thankful for being here. Heard some great things tonight. Some of these things resonate with me and the work that I've done in my career. Ms. Rios, the key that gave the key to the district to Ms. Rios, one of the things I heard her say was about the parents say about she had high expectations for her child. She didn't allow her child to be lazy. I heard Ms. Rios say that she said some people they think I'm mean, or she said, yeah, I am tough, because she has high expectations for her students. And then the student rose to the occasion. So if we have those same type of high expectations for all of our students rise to the occasion. Right. But we all have to be on the same page and expect the excellence out of every student, regardless of what their capabilities are, or lack of abilities, or that means physical, mental, or whatever, or socially, whatever that is. But we need to always think about the high expectations. The community event, the Sober Skater event, I was pleased, even before I was sworn in, to be invited to witness and be a part of that community event. A couple of things that I saw. It was a holiday. We had students out. We had family members, elected officials, just community people out. It was a great time. You didn't have to be a skater to be there. I brought my 6-year-old there because she was with me and thinking we're gonna go, and she was like, where's my skates? I'm like, they are way better than you, baby. You can't get out there. But she did play around on the playground. We got to witness students doing some poetry, some playing instruments, singing, all the arts and everything. It was an integrated event. And so those were the community residents from the coalition putting together an event for our students in our community, the city, the community, and our school district really working together to make something great for kids. And again, I was happy to be there, to be invited, and look forward to more events like that. Now, there's a saying about, do you give bad news first or bad news at the end, or do you sandwich it good, then bad in the middle? You know, I don't know what that really, how that all plays out, because right now I'm just going by the list. And so on my list, I need to be I'm very disappointed, and I look for us to do better around our interpreter services. Parents have to be able to convey the messages to the board and to the staff, to the cabinet, in an effective manner. And a language barrier, considering we have those resources, should not be the issue. And so I want to make sure that we are responsive to all of our parents and their interpretation needs, and that we have a professional on staff at all times, from beginning to end, for those parents, because you don't know at what point that they're going to need to respond to something, to give their opinion, or to learn about what we're doing. Somebody could be here still till 11 o'clock and need to have that interpretation. So we need to do a better job about that. And please, parents and staff members, hold us accountable, because there is no reason in the world, I mean, as a board member, I don't want to know what's going on either. So I don't want any parent to feel like they are not being able to be heard by the lack of our services that we actually can provide for our students. Now, the good news at the end. Going to the California School Board Association conference this weekend, so I hope to learn a lot of information to bring that back to add to the arsenal that I feel I already have, and I know a couple of the board members are going along, and some of the cabinet members as well. So I'm excited about the information that I'm going to be able to share back here in Rialto. Look forward to the new relationships and the positive learning that I know will occur while I'm in San Francisco, while I'm eating seafood and so on. No. But looking forward to it and bringing back that information. And I look forward to the break. And I hope that all of you take the time off, if you have the time off, to relax, enjoy your families, and come back. So when we come back in January, we're ready to go. Thank you.
Very nice. You really think you'll have time?
Thank you, Board Clerk. Ms. Walker. Next up, we have Vice President Ms. Nancy O'Kelly. Mrs. Nancy O'Kelly.
Senora O'Kelly. Congratulations, Dina.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to working with you on the board, and I think we're going to do some great things in the next school year. So, congratulations and welcome. And congratulations, Edgar, on being reelected and being elected president of the board. I know you are going to do a great job, and we're going to, like I said, I'm really looking forward to 2015. I think we're going to really move forward. And I also want to wish Mrs. Gilbert a wonderful retirement. I know she's heard this, like Mr. Martinez said, all night. There was a lovely reception for her. I know she will be around to help us and participate with the district in different projects and whatever. So,
But not now.
gone but not forgotten. I also wanted to say that the secondary instruction department did a wonderful job with the presentation about the Holocaust with the students. The students' comments were insightful, empathetic, and clearly revealed their understanding of the Holocaust and their knowledge that the Holocaust did actually occur, which was the whole controversy that came up over an assignment that was given. I was proud to hear their analysis of the Holocaust. I mean, the kids speaking on the video just brought tears to my eyes because I was so proud, and I knew they understood, and there'd never been any doubt. It was just a situation that was, in my opinion, blown very far out of proportion. But I want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a wonderful 2015, and enjoy your holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Kelly, Vice President. Senora O'Kelly. Okay, and then that leaves me. Well, I don't have a whole lot to say tonight. It's getting late, and I know we all want to go home. We still have closed session to look forward to. And you know what? It's okay. I wasn't expecting this meeting to go as long as it did, but sometimes we have a lot of public speakers. Sometimes we have a lot of presentations, and it's okay because the kids deserve their time to make their presentations, and the board members and other people in the district have a right to make the presentations they want for whatever purpose. So maybe we can just spread them out a little bit. So we don't have 3-4 board members giving their key the same night. Maybe we could spread them out, but it's okay. It's okay. Those are things we'll be ironing out as time goes. I want to thank my family and my friends. I want to thank the people of this district and the people of the community who supported me. I think in speaking with people in the district and in the community, I know that I have an overwhelming amount of support, and it's evident in the fact that I was reelected. I know there's some people, maybe a few people, maybe more in the district that might have some concerns. I know there's some people there might be some people in the community that might have concerns, but the way I look at it is, if you have nothing to worry about, then what are you worried about? I'm no different than anybody else. I'm just a school board member. I do expect production. I do expect people to produce. If you're not producing, just like an elected official, if an elected official is not producing, then what are they doing? Warming up a seat. Same should go for our public servants in public service. If you're not producing in whatever your position is, then what do we need you for? That's not to say that I'm out to get anybody, but I think all of the board here agrees that we need to move forward, and if moving forward means that we need to attract productive people to this district, then that's maybe something that the board needs to consider down the road. But as far as Mr. Martinez getting calls from people not wanting me or begging you to not vote for me for president, those types of comments I would just keep to myself personally. But I'm not going to engage in bickering and fighting. I'd like to bury the hatchet. Moving forward, I don't want to be a board president that's going to be pounding the gavel, that's going to be cutting people off, that's going to be raising their voice, unless I have to. I'm just kidding. I just want what's best for this district, and people that know me and the people that share the same interests as I do, which is what's best for these kids, will agree that, we have to move forward. I want to thank, again, the Teachers Union, REA, for their endorsement, not just of me, but also of Ms. Walker, because they really helped. It really helped to get their support, and a lot of people, Dina might agree, a lot of people wanted us to win, but they were probably hoping that we didn't, and that's okay. I'm here, I'm not here to make friends, first of all. If we become friends, great, but I'm here to do my job, just like I would expect everybody else to do their job. It's not about me. It's about the kids. It's about this community. So moving forward, at the next board meeting, I'll look at my schedule and I'll be announcing when I'll be able to come into the district for a couple hours, what days. That way, if anyone from the community would like to come in, drop by and visit me, the board, maybe Ms. Walker can get a tour of the board member office. We have an office available for all of us to use for appointments and whatnot. And then we always have the conference room there that the previous superintendent built. That can be utilized for such conferences or meetings with parents or with staff. So with that, I just want to thank everyone again, and just say that we've been through the worst already. I don't see things getting worse than they've been in the past. And also, moving forward, everything else should be, small potatoes. You know, I understand people might have concerns. We have a lot of work to do. We're moving in the right direction. With one new board member, we have a new board.
Exactly.
And now that we have one new board member on this board, now we have an entirely new board. And it happened 4 years ago when I was elected. When one board member changes completely the dynamics of the board, and not to say that one single board member can't do or undo anything, because we all know it takes a majority, but just the fact that you know, we have a new person, we have a new supervisor director of this Board of Education, really changes the dynamics. So I look forward to working with this new board. I look forward to leading the district this next school year, and I hope that we can develop a process that might be fairer, where we can rotate the boardmanship. That's something we should consider down the road. As far as the interpreters go, Mrs. Walker is absolutely correct. The parents have been very supportive of this district. The parents have been very supportive of the leadership of the administration, but yet they've constantly come and complained and voiced their concerns regarding interpretation, regarding interpreters, and it's getting to the point where they might look at it as a flat-out disrespect or neglect, because we're not answering their concerns, we're not doing anything about their needs, and it's now to the point where now it's reflecting on the board. Well, we're constantly coming to address these issues with the board, with the administration, and nothing is happening. You know, and now it seems like there might have been a small disagreement, and it shouldn't have to get to that. You know, so please, staff, take care of that as soon as possible. I met a very, very well experienced interpreter at the PDC. If we need to bring her over here, we should just do that. You know, if we need to hire another interpreter, we should look at doing that. But whatever we're doing now is not working, and it's becoming more and more evident. The other thing I wanted to say was I want to thank Rialto Middle School for letting me participate as a parent chaperone on the 21st of November for their Knott's Berry Farm field trip. One of the ASB students mentioned earlier, the DSAC students mentioned that, you know, I went on the field trip with them, and I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun riding some roller coasters, and at other times waiting at the end, holding backpacks and drinks and, you know, all the other stuff that the kids carry and lug around. It was awkward because I've never gone to a theme park and done that, but I guess maybe I'm getting old. I don't know. But it was fun being a parent chaperone and volunteering. Some of the people had concerns regarding our parliamentary procedure and our Robert's Rules of Orders. I'd like to think that we're making progress. Today is my first day, so I'm sure they'll cut me some slack. But moving forward, if the board has any suggestions as far as how we would like to conduct our board meetings, I'm more than open to discuss that and make the necessary changes if we need to, and move forward. So with that, I thank everyone. Did you want to say something, Mr. Islam?
Just to inform your board, the position has been flown. Tom, we did flown the positions, I think, this week, correct? Right. So we are listening to parents' concerns, and they're absolutely correct. And for your information, we have an interpreter sitting in the room in the back of the row. They don't leave until the meeting is over. So, Mr. Walker, I'm just sharing it to they stay the whole time. We understand the parents' concerns. We are moving forward, and we position being flown. So we're looking for professional interpreter who can who is not going to translate, who's going to interpret. So they can, so parents' concerns and voice being heard. Yes, we're moving forward.
And please don't take offense. We're not the ones using the service, but the parents are the ones that need the service, and perhaps they can address some of their concerns also with you in your office. But one suggestion I'd like to make before I wrap it up, regarding the FICMAT and the Measure Y questions and concerns, a member of the community said we had two meetings. There was two open town hall meetings. I'd like to suggest a workshop here at the district office before the next board meeting, and also if we can get, if any of the board members have any questions and concerns regarding the Measure Y projects moving forward, the previous projects that were previously approved, any of the questions regarding the FICMAT issues with the Measure Y and the construction projects that were previously done, I'd suggest that we get any questions or concerns from the community, from staff, from board members. I know there was a Mr. Mesa that raised various concerns and questions previous board meetings. Maybe we can reach out to him and just really iron out everything once and for all, and like Mrs. Bailey said, move forward. Like Mrs. O'Callaghan has said plenty of times, we need to move forward on the Measure Y because our schools need it. But we also want to make sure that we make very informed decisions, and we do our due diligence to the taxpayers of this community, and make sure we proceed without any doubts or concerns moving forward. So with that,
Can I make a
sure
suggestion here? Because I know it's like 11 o'clock, and for future meetings in the past, we did operate sometimes in a different manner. Some of the items that come up on the agenda are routine, and you'll see like first readings, things of that nature. But you can rope them together, excluding the items that are pulled and the concerns. And, one of the methods of voting for them is through an omnibus type procedure. And you can expedite the time.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you. And if you need to, allocate it and save it for the kids who have presentations. But it's a suggestion, something to think about down the road if we have to find ways to get people home a little sooner. That's a suggestion.
And I just, because I've brought this up before, we're overloading the agenda too. Some of these things, they didn't all those presentations and everything, just we need to tone it down. We put all this stuff on the agenda that takes forever, and then we're here 11 o'clock. We've got to go to closed session. And so I think we need to look carefully when we're making the agenda at, okay, this takes a long time.
I got you, Ms. O'Callaghan. I
Okay.
got you.
All right.
And just to remind you, I apologize. Just to remind you, board, November we had one board meeting, and
I
December we had a
understand.
board meeting. That
Yeah.
carried through the Lord.
Perhaps December could be a month where we don't have any DSAC presentations. Just
Okay.
let the kids
I
have that
hear you.
month off or something.
Well, personally, I'm proud to say that I've never missed a board meeting yet in the last 4 years. I don't know if I'll miss one. Maybe I will, but if I do, I know you'll take over as vice president. But regardless, I don't have a problem with meeting twice. We've done it in the past. If we're cramming two meetings into one, we should take that into consideration. Maybe it's better, we make two meetings, even if it's 1 week and then the following week
Right.
another one.
Right.
So we don't
because everybody.
so we don't do this and
Look
put,
at our crowd; they're bleary-eyed.
So that's something for us to consider moving forward. But right now, again, thank everyone. I thank the board. I thank everyone for being here tonight and for everyone that expressed their concerns. But we have a closed session meeting to attend. So
And I make a motion to close the meeting.
We have to go into closed session and report out.
Oh, you don't close? Oh, never mind.
We go into
I'm
closed
back.
session.
so at this time,
Mr. President, when would you like to reorganize this? This is supposed to follow. Did you want to do it before closed session or come back out and do it? Your choice.
the minutes.
No,
It's a
it's
reorganization.
reorganization
We
for
have annual
School Facilities Corporation.
Financing Corporation.
What item is that?
It's a separate agenda.
It's a separate agenda entirely.
You have, it's in your packet.
So it's a separate meeting entirely.
This is our annual meeting. You have to do it every year in December.
That way you can look at it.
This is the December, and there's no reporting. Simply, it's a formality. Board has to call for this meeting.
Bless you. It's about a 3-minute meeting.
Yeah, well, we've already done it. We've already redone the reorganization.
Separate agenda.
It's separate.
Okay.
It's a
But
financing corporation.
It's one where we usually take the same officers and just transpose them over here.
Okay, well, with that, we will be going into closed session, so,
Yeah.
you know what, that's a good, question. Nobody gave an agenda, actually, somebody spoke on it when it wasn't on the agenda regarding the closed session item, but they're no longer here, and I don't think, is there anybody like to comment on closed session items before we consider going into closed session? All right, I think that covers our bases, so with that further ado, let's go into closed session. Time is 11:08.
But you know when I'll be tired? Right. Tomorrow.
He doesn't come much anymore. It's very hard for him to walk anymore, so he likes to stay at home.
Okay, we're going
Yeah,
to
after we close
read
the
out.
meeting, we have to go
Okay,
into
we're
this.
gonna, this is
And it's
our,
just a real quick.
we do
Well, I know
this
you guys have
after the
left.
reorg. And it's just a
Yeah, we do it
formality.
every year, Nancy.
Yes.
Yeah, this is pretty standard every year.
Yes, and it's real quick. Matter of fact, I think you made the motion last year, Nancy.
Does this corporation do anything?
It's a legal corporation, just.
Yeah, it's a required, we have to.
Only the hardcore stay.
Yeah, actually, those still on the paycheck.
Right.
Okay.
Till 4:30 in the morning, sir. 4:30. Yeah. Take your time. It's safer in here anyway.
Okay, do we have, Mr. Islam, do we have anything to report?
Yes, Mr. Montez, thank you very much. In closed sessions, Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Lorraine Pedroza as coordinator, professional development and induction effective December 11, 2014. The roll call vote was 5-0. In closed sessions, Board of Education approved the request for an extension of leave of absence for classified employee number 1563614, effective December 18, 2014 through June 18, 2015. The roll call vote was 5-0. Thank you.
And item 4, there's an item pulled.
Yeah, you have taken no action, so.
Okay.
Can I interrupt just 1 minute? If I remember, our plan was that for new administrative appointments, we would approve them in closed session, but announce it the next board meeting when the person could be there with their family. Was that what we decided?
Yeah, I recall that you're going to approve it, then don't bring the family or the person at the same night, at the next time. So
So we just did that?
Yes.
Okay.
So our plan to invite the person to come to the board meeting to recognize.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know when we were announcing.
We'll shake the
it,
hands
though.
at the next
At
meeting.
the next meeting. So your concern, don't bring at the same night, or perhaps you may not approve that person for that position. Yeah.
Okay, so with that, do I have a motion to close session?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And immediately following the closed session, now we are going to start the meeting for the facilities.
We just closed session, now we adjourn. Two separate items.
Yeah, you have to adjourn your regular board meeting, now you're going to the new agenda.
Okay, so this was gonna be after that.
Yes.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Heck, yeah.
Okay. Again. Okay, so now we will be, I call this meeting to order at 12:23 a.m. Thursday.
Yeah, we started on Wednesday.
12:23 a.m. Thursday. I call this meeting to order at the Rialto Unified School District, the regular meeting for our annual meeting for School Facilities Corporation.
I'd like to make a motion that we take the same roles in this corporation, that the president is the president of the corporation, the vice president is the vice president, the clerk is the clerk.
So on and
The
so
members
forth.
are members.
Well, that gets you off.
That makes it easy.
Sounds like a good idea.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Then the minutes, and we're
And now on to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting of the Schools Facilities Corporation. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from December 11th, 2013?
Sure.
Can anybody remember?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Oh, God.
make a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, with that,
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. A hearty aye.